Indian Bunds Chamber of Commerce and Industry, an association of knowledge, networking, and development, has been in existence since 3 decades.
Aturasya Roga Nivaranam. That means to preserve and rejuvenate, to health of the healthy, and to cure the disease of the sick.
In 2006, a vision was born to unite and uplift Bund-owned businesses across India and beyond. From regional gatherings to a global movement, IBCCI has grown into a platform where Bunds build, scale, and lead together. Through events, mentorship, global expansion, and community-driven leadership, we've created a chamber that belongs to every generation. IBCCI champions entrepreneurs, empowers legacy businesses, and nurtures next-gen leaders, creating an ecosystem where Bunds grow together. From 2006 to today, the journey has only just begun. Be part of India's most trusted Bund business community. Join IBCCI.
Indian Bunds Chamber of Commerce and Industry, an association of knowledge, networking, and development, has been in existence since 3 decades. The Bunds community, that was known for its traditional hospitality industry, has now transformed itself to excel in all fields like engineering, chemicals, plastics, packaging, IT, real estate, hospitality, constructions, Bollywood, and many more. Visionaries like Mr. S.M. Shetty and B.D. Shetty conceived the idea of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the year 1990. The ideology was further carried over by Mr. V.K. Shetty, Mr. Vivek Shetty, and since its inception, IBCCI always has a unique genre of members from Bunds community, which make it one of the most respected business associations in India. In the initial days, IBCCI played a crucial role of catalyst between the government and Bund industrialists to regularize the growth of their organizations. Thereon, IBCCI has been proactive in putting forth their opinions to lawmakers, regulators, stakeholders, etc. Over the decades, IBCCI has evolved as a platform where MSMEs can connect and network with fellow members, other trade associations, trade embassies, and online business communities to promote and expand their business.
Rewards and recognition. Bund Star Awards Grand Award Ceremony at Sahara Star by the outstanding achievers among its members in the august presence. of people like Shri Nitin Gadkari, Shri D.V. Sadanand Gowda, Shri Raj Kiran Rai, MD and CEO, Union Bank of India, and Shri Gopal Shetty, Member of Parliament. We have also organized events like webinars on different topics for members and non-members. IBCCI encouraged women empowerment by subsidizing the membership fee. Philanthropy. IBCCI helped the families, those who lost their breadwinners, in a big way. Family Fun Fiesta. IBCCI members with their family enjoyed the fellowship and bonding at the Leela Palace. Over the years, the Indian Buns Chamber of Commerce and Industry, IBCCI, has provided many relevant events for its members. The launch of the IBCCI
B.D. Shetty Business Lounge,
a facility offered free of cost for its members to conduct meetings. Knowledge Summit had speakers on subjects like AI, Indian economy, business imaging, IPO, also spirituality and ethics in business. As part of its vision for the future, IBCCI has launched its youth wing, IBCCI Next Gen Visionaries, to nurture young entrepreneurs and leaders. We will see a lot of milestones created by the Next Gen Visionaries. To promote business and commerce in its home state of Karnataka, IBCCI initiated the business tour with 50 members to Bangalore. During this visit, IBCCI also launched its Bangalore chapter under the new leadership team. The Bangalore chapter will help create a business corridor between Mumbai and Karnataka. On the international front, IBCCI led a business delegation to Dubai, where members visited several Indian-owned enterprises, many of which belong to the Buns community. The launch of the Gulf chapter under the leadership of Premnath Shetty again is a milestone to encourage networking opportunity and encourage cross-border business. IBCCI continues with its vision of inspiring, collaborating for growth of business, commerce and trade. Do join IBCCI and make it the most powerful today. It's a body to help you elevate in your career. It's a body to help you elevate in your business. It's a body to get connected with the relevant opinion leaders in your community. IBCCI, connect with values.
Tin is part of the carbon family and has a chemical symbol of Sn. Chatron. Chatron Limited was established in 1980 and commenced commercial production with Mr. Diwakar S. Shetty at its helm as chairman. Through his guidance, Chatron has extended its reach into various capabilities and capacities, focusing on quality and service for the benefit of our customers, shareholders, and employees. At Chatron, we prioritize food safety and effectiveness in the manufacturing process of our customers. Chatron is a prestigious packaging solution provider that is capable of delivering top-notch services with reliability. Chatron is renowned for its world-class manufacturing facilities, putting out products of international standards to our global customers. Our wide range of global products includes fruits, vegetables, seafoods, beverages, pharma and nutrition, seeds, sweets, as well as paints and chemicals. Chatron is constantly striving for improvement in all aspects of business. At Chatron, we use TPM techniques and concepts to ensure maximum effectiveness and product quality on a consistent basis. We have been certified for ISO 9001-2015 QMS since 1998 and FSSC 22000. We are also a proud member of SEDEX. Quality Policy. Our goal is to be a competitive leader in our industry, striving for excellence and customer satisfaction through continuous process improvement, always adhering to the requirements of stakeholders. FSSC Policy. Chatron Limited policy concerning food safety in producing packaging materials is to satisfy all mutually agreed customer requirements and product safety requirements. Chatron also ensures compliance to the applicable statutory and regulatory requirements and continually improving the food safety management system. As part of this journey, we have added products such as twist-off caps, penny lever ends, RLT, decorative cans to our product lineup. Our two manufacturing units, located in Bengaluru and Mumbai, have entered into a partnership with the Government of India, BIS, to establish safety and quality standards. We are also in MOU with Centre Food Technological Research Institute, CFTRI, located in Mysore, Karnataka, by which various R&D activities are being done. We have a diverse and impressive list of clients, including Nestle, Hindustan Unilever Limited, Marico in India, as well as an extensive range of exports to UK, USA, Canada, Australia, Mexico, South Africa, GCC, Sri Lanka, and other African countries. Our products are also deemed exported to Europe, North America, Russia, and Far East countries. Overall, 50% of our products are exported mainly to developed countries. The Indian Institute of Packaging has welcomed Chatron as a member in their group. The company has also scored remarkably well and bagged several noteworthy international distinctions for metal decoration. The International Metal Decorators Association, IMDPA in the United States, and the Can Maker in the United Kingdom present an award for excellence in decoration and print quality, as well as a food 3-piece can category. We aim to consistently meet the needs and expectations of our valued customer. The largest tin manufacturing company, Chatron, the name behind the names.
Atrasya Roga Nivaranam. That means to preserve and rejuvenate, to health up the healthy, and to cure the disease of the sick.
In 2006, a vision was born to unite and uplift Bunt-owned businesses across India and beyond. From regional gatherings to a global movement, IBCCI has grown into a platform where Bunts build, scale, and lead together. Through events, mentorship, global expansion, and community-driven leadership, we've created a chamber that belongs to every generation. IBCCI champions entrepreneurs, empowers legacy businesses, and nurtures next-gen leaders, creating an ecosystem where Bunts grow together. From 2006 to today, the journey has only just begun. Be part of India's most trusted Bunt business community. Join IBCCI.
Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce and Industry, an association of knowledge, networking, and development, has been in existence since 3 decades. The Bunts community, that was known for its traditional hospitality industry, has now transformed itself to excel in all fields like engineering, chemicals, plastics, packaging, IT, real estate, hospitality, constructions, Bollywood, and many more. Visionaries like Mr. S.M. Shetty and B.D. Shetty conceived the idea of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the year 1990. The ideology was further carried over by Mr. V.K. Shetty, Mr. Vivek Shetty, and since its inception, IBCCI always has a unique genre of members from Bunts community, which make it one of the most respected business associations in India. In the initial days, IBCCI played a crucial role of catalyst between the government and Bunt industrialists to regularize the growth of their organizations. Thereon, IBCCI has been proactive in putting forth their opinions to lawmakers, regulators, stakeholders, etc. Over the decades, IBCCI has evolved as a platform where MSMEs can connect and network with fellow members, other trade associations, trade embassies, and online business communities to promote and expand their business.
Rewards and recognition. Bunt Star Awards Grand Award Ceremony at Sahara Star by the outstanding achievers among its members in the august presence of people like Shri Nitin Gadkari, Shri D.V. Sadanand Gowda, Shri Raj Kiran Rai, MD and CEO, Union Bank of India, and Shri Gopal Shetty, Member of Parliament. We have also organized events like webinars on different topics for members and non-members. IBCCI encouraged women empowerment by subsidizing the membership fee. Philanthropy. IBCCI helped the families, those who lost their breadwinners, in a big way. Family Fun Fiesta. IBCCI members with their family enjoyed the fellowship and bonding at the Leela Palace. Over the years, the Indian Buns Chamber of Commerce and Industry, IBCCI, has provided many relevant events for its members. The launch of the IBCCI
BD Shetty Business Lounge,
a facility offered free of cost for its members to conduct meetings. Knowledge Summit had speakers on subjects like AI, Indian economy, business imaging, IPO, also spirituality and ethics in business. As part of its vision for the future, IBCCI has launched its youth wing, IBCCI Next Gen Visionaries, to nurture young entrepreneurs and leaders. We will see a lot of milestones created by the Next Gen Visionaries. To promote business and commerce in its home state of Karnataka, IBCCI initiated the business tour with 50 members to Bangalore. During this visit, IBCCI also launched its Bangalore chapter under the new leadership team. The Bangalore chapter will help create a business corridor between Mumbai and Karnataka. On the international front, IBCCI led a business delegation to Dubai, where members visited several Indian.
Good evening, everybody. Namaskara, Materegla. Okay, can we have you finding tables and chairs, please? We are going to get into an activity which is going to make you get to know other people. So if you can kindly settle down. I feel like a teacher right now. In a room with a lot of boys and very few girls, and the girls have decided you're going to sit together. But our idea is to make you move around. So kindly occupy your chairs. You'll anyway shift, so it's okay. Can you please sit down and make it easy for us to start? It's a business conclave. We want to be on time. Thank you very much. It is said that the longest Harvard business study, which started way back in 1938, which makes it 87-year-old study on happiness index. And one of the key things they found out to keep a human being happy, can you take a wild guess? One of the key things to make human beings happy, and this is an ongoing study which is 87-year-old today, as of now. Can you say one of the key things? I'm not asking you to say all, but one thing which brought you all here. Relationships over money. Relationships and nurturing relationships is something that keeps people happy and living long and healthy. And that's exactly what the Indian Buns Chamber of Commerce and Industry has thought of, building relationships. ನನಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ನಾನು ತುಳುವನ್ನು ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. How many of you know Tulu, understand Tulu? Most of you? Wow, okay. Feels good. Namaskara. Bombay-ದು ಒಂಜಿ 5 ಜನ ಬೇಯ್ದರಿಂದ ಪಂಡರು ಅಂಡ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ದ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ನಿಯತ್ ಜನ ತುಯ್ಯರ್. ಮಸ್ತ್ ಜನ ತುದಿ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ತಗುಲತ್ತು, ಬಾಂಬೆ ತಗುಲ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ದ ಟ್ರಾಫಿಕ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಮಲ್ದರ್ಡ ಅವಲ Courtyard Marriott the Suttapun Hebbal. It's such a beautiful junction to experience what Bangalore traffic is like. Welcome to Bangalore and Mysore. And Raddu Mooji Dinar Dinchite Barsala Idji. Compared to Bombay Barsa, Bangalore has treated you really well. And so, a very warm welcome, Yanapudha Rashmi Shetty. And inita evening, host Malpunyan. Okay, not sponsor, host. Okay, and therefore, when we are going to talk about IBCCI, onji kinne icebreaker activity, anite notice maltonditte, anunte dumbattadu maaterilantu onditte, gurtadagul pura ottadu onji table de kuldaru, gurtadantinagul anchi inchi tudu pirav pod kuldaru. So, itte nigalen pura mix maltadu onji competition. Competition pandi sarti bunts are like super thrilled, right? Here, maximum number of people in Meet Malpur. And we follow the IBCCI acronym. Okay? Nigul adege lakkodu and go around IBCCI. I in information from each person that you meet. First one is going to be your introduction. Nigalna pudar dada and the exchange malpodu. Second one, Nigalna uru. It could be your birthplace. You could be born in Bangalore but belong to. So uru, birthplace. Third one, Gurtadanti nagalegu, Nigalonji compliment korod. Whatever you see in the person. Agala telke porulundu, dress maldinalai katundu, tie shokundu, anything, whatever you want. Fourth, Tilua Kannadana. Okay, communication language. And the fifth I is Wow industry niggle related. Because it's a business conclave at the end of the day. Arthande? So first one, your name, that's the introduction, I. B is the birthplace, your origin. Wow oorid the niggle baripni. C, first C, compliment. Whoever you see, you must give them a compliment on anything about them. Next C is your language, mother tongue. Kannadana, Tulua. And the fifth letter, which is I, is which industry you belong to. You have 5 minutes. Let's see which of you gets the maximum number of intros. Your time starts now. You can get up and go to people you don't know to try this. 3, 2, 1. Kindly get up and meet other people. 50 people from Bombay have come. Let's see how many of you get to know each other. Ladies, you should be the ones walking most. Okay, all done? How many of you managed to get about 5 people? Liars, you didn't even move beyond the table. Oh, really? Just now? Okay, time up. Can you please come back to your tables, please? Can you come back to your tables? We need now to do a data collection. Nigalna table, or you want to change your table? Good time to change your table now. Are we good? Now I'm going to come down to each of you in a group and find out how many people you've met who you didn't know before this. Okay? Any of you changed your tables? No. Okay, we'll start with your table. The best students in the room. You've all come back and occupied your chairs. So you said you met 5. Yeah.
Yes, I met 5, mostly from names. It will be difficult to remember the names. There are 2 CAs I remember, chartered accountant, because I am CA. And I met a lady also. Her husband is there. He is doing something. Yeah. What is introduction? They are from my, ask their native place, language.
Their name. First is the name.
अभी एज हो गया ना, नेम भूल जाता है.
अच्छा, even the lady's name पता नहीं आपको?
Thank you.
Thank you. घर पे है. That's a good save. I think I'll come to your table. So how many people did you meet and do you remember their names?
Yeah, some of them at least.
Okay.
Few of them
Okay, gentlemen, because all the ladies are seated, gentlemen, can you please gently get back to your chairs? Gentlemen, please. Can you sit down? We are actually having a... Please, can you sit down? Thank you so much. Yeah, go on.
Prasad.
Okay, Prasad.
Yeah, he's a IT profession. He works for IBM.
Okay, 1.
And he communicates in Kannada.
Yeah.
And he's from Hegunje.
Sir, I didn't get your name. You were the first one. Sir, what's your name? Introduction. She started with the first person, Prasad. Name. Okay? So name is very important. You can't say I met 4 men, 1 lady. No. You should remember the name. The idea of networking is name. Please remember, name is most important for all of us. If you remember the name, everything else is forgiven. But if you give all other qualifications and say, I forgot your name, that's not nice. Okay? Yeah, go on. Anybody else?
Yeah, Anusha.
Anusha?
She's an architect.
Okay.
She's from Bangalore.
Anusha here? That's unfair. That's cheating. Same table. I'm sure she's your friend. I'm going to be nicer to women today. We are less in number.
So sweet of you, ma'am.
Thank
you so much.
Yes. How many people you met and remember anybody?
I actually didn't meet. I just met 2 people.
Okay.
One is Mr. Balakrishna Shetty from Bombay. He was
Okay.
the director for...
Is he here somewhere?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
He's the
Mr.
director.
Balakrishna Shetty.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Balakrishna Shetty, can we have a hands up?
He's a director.
Okay.
So I met him, and then I met... sure on his name. He's a startup MSCM. He has his units across Bangalore, Mysore, and all that. So
But you don't know his name?
I
Quickly
don't know his
see
name,
his
but he's from
name
Trasi, Kundapur.
Okay.
So, and
Quickly,
he's
can you see his name tag?
Oh, he needs to...
You've turned it the other side.
Wow. He's telling it himself.
Okay, thank you. And what's yours?
Yeah, and he...
What's your name?
my name is Shilpa.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Guys, very important in networking, you remember the name. Okay, we consider that as number 1. That's why the first thing is name. Please remember, in networking, it is the name that matters. So I'll go to this table, which is so full. And let's see. Any of you volunteering, how many people you met? All from Bombay? All from Bombay. Did you meet any nice people from Bangalore? Yes? Please go ahead, sir.
Mr. Upendra, we met.
Okay, go on. Mr. Upendra. Yeah. Apart from him, anybody else?
No, only Upendra.
Bangalore, none of us are nice other than Mr. Upendra. That is so unfair. And anybody met the Bombay people? Any Bangaloreans met the Bombay people? No? Okay, I'll go to that table. Anybody you met, you remember? Anyone you met? New?
You met so many people.
Yes. Yeah.
You met
One
so many-
name.
Huh?
One name.
Arvind Shetty,
From?
Gopal Shetty, all from Bangalore.
Oh, very good. So you're also from Bangalore?
Bangalore.
Okay. Okay. So here we are. We are talking networking, and it is so important. Oh, I forgot this table. We never asked. Okay, anybody here volunteering to say how many people you met? Or you didn't meet anyone? Okay. You know, Yana, on the Indian Bunds Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the ID website Tuanaga, Bunds Panda, Nama Aliya Santana, matriarchal society. And very ironically, Vanji Ponjola Ijjol. So I was very curious. I said, how come no women at all? Like, you know, what was their answer? Ladies, can you guess what is their answer? Why no women on their board, on the officers' seats? Okay, one answer because it's actually patriarchal. Only matriarchal for name. Any other reason? Any other reason why no women on the board? Women don't come forward. Why aren't you on the board? Why are you proposing her name? Okay, so here we are, women in the room, though we are less in number. This message is loud and clear for us. We need to put our hands up. And the more we do it, the more we'll find tables which have women rather than women tables. Okay, and that's what we have to change. And let's start with the Bunds Chamber of Commerce and Industry. All the Bund women here, take it upon yourself to make that difference. Okay? And what is the latest reform that we are talking about in our country, where suddenly from 18% it's gone to 12% and 5%? What are we talking about? Yeah. Demystifying it, I'm sure, is difficult for the government itself. Because whenever they decide, okay, we are going to do it, there's going to be a new policy, new election, and therefore, demystifying GST is what we're going to have first. So give me a minute. I need to introduce the speaker first to you. Our speaker, Mr. Jatin Christopher, a chartered accountant, cost accountant, and law graduate, specializes in indirect tax laws. He's a published author and a resource person for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in its various post-qualification programs on indirect taxation. So you must be on your toes. And extend support to ICAI in publication of educational and research material on various indirect tax topics. He's also a resource person for the government in conducting training for practitioners, trade, and officers. He has been in practice in Bangalore since 2000 as a partner in JCSS, a full-service firm with presence across India. And ladies and gentlemen, a little silence, please, because now we're going to have his presentation, inviting Mr. Christopher to tell us what GST is all about and demystifying it for us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's definitely wonderful to be here on this platform to share some thoughts about GST. As business owners, I've come to realize GST has been a significant aspect in your businesses that you've had to deal with. And that explains the lack of attention to this topic in this conference as well. GST has touched every area of business, whether it is organizations, industries, educational institutions, charitable organizations, healthcare, services. The entire spectrum has been touched by GST in very profound ways. So when we look at the implications of GST for business owners, very often tax experts, tax consultants find themselves in a very difficult situation because business owners don't care about the opinion of tax experts. They enjoy the comfort of their own peers. Trade bodies such as this one can be very meaningful in helping business owners meet and exchange notes about how they have dealt with GST. So today, I thought I should bring to you some forward-looking considerations because litigation in GST is all set to explode when the government itself says that they need 60 tax tribunals in India. Excise law had 10 tax tribunals in the country, and someone looked up and said once the GST tribunal is inaugurated and becomes operational, how many cases are likely to be filed? Someone estimated about 6 lakh cases. And the estimate of disputed tax, the amount of tax involved in these 6 cases, was estimated about 7 lakh crores. So as business owners, I want to bring for your consideration a few aspects. In Bangalore, if you ask business owners, when they get GST notices, what do you do with notices? First thing is they'll talk to their consultants and they will say, in Bangalore, this is what happens. Perhaps you can tell me what happens in Bombay. Taxpayers go to their consultants and say, sir, idana settle madkondu bandbidi. And I don't know if you understand what it means. Sir in the front row seems to understand what it means. This is one tax, one nation, one tax, and one settlement. But friends, please bear in mind, in GST, it's impossible for taxpayers to make a decision in isolation because whatever decision is made will have cascading effect as far as your suppliers are concerned on your purchases and your customers are concerned. So therefore, I will only encourage you not to resist notices, not to shy away from threats of litigation because there will be that many. There will be that many. I request business owners to make wise decisions about engaging the tax department because if you avoid litigation, you're only going to be seen as a soft target because in GST, tax officers also have targets to achieve. Tax officers also have targets like private sector to collect taxes and so on. Those who've had some experience with litigation will tell you that it will take certain amount of time and the outcome can be forecast at the early stages of investigation itself. I've heard, we've handled matters in Bangalore, matters in Bombay as well, and we find that officers all over the country are no different. Tax officers across the country are no different, so therefore you will need to come to terms with how notices are being issued. So I will leave you with this thought. A notice issued under GST is not because you did something wrong. A notice is issued not because you did something wrong. A notice is issued because it's possible to interpret the transaction another way. There are more than one ways to interpret a transaction. So therefore, notices will be issued. When you respond to a notice, if you have had experience dealing with notices, you will perhaps relate to it. And if you haven't had experience, you will soon come around to getting that experience. Please bear in mind, a response to a notice is not a justification of what you did. A response to a notice is your position as far as that proposition is concerned. Everybody is going to get notices. When someone estimates 6 lakh notices, you need to bear in mind that this is at the appellate stage that there is going to be 6 lakh notices, which means at the early stages there could be more than 3 crore notices doing the rounds. How many have not got notices? By show of hands, can... all right. You can lower your hands. Thank you very much. Let me ask you this question. How many have tested positive for corona? So those who have not raised their hands probably don't want to tell anyone else about what happened, or they didn't get a test result. Friends, there are only 2 kinds of people all over the world, those who have a test report and those who don't have a test report. Everyone got corona. You're probably made of better stuff that you did not see the effects of it, but everyone has contracted corona. So please bear in mind, quite like that, everyone is going to suffer notices in GST. And I'm not trying to play up the potential of GST. Today, GST runs on a IT system that the government has invested several hundreds of crores to build it, because today government has access to far more information about every taxpayer than the taxpayer has about their own business. So therefore, government is using a lot of tools to run analytics and find out if your business is merits an inquiry, to see if there's a possibility of issuing notices. When you look at any proceedings in GST, please consider that notices, GST is on the revenues of the business. Income tax is on the profits of the business. So therefore, the quantum of tax incidence is going to be substantial. Businesses run on single-digit margins. GST is in double digits. So therefore, there's an inherent challenge as far as letting any investigation go without a demand. When you look at notices as far as GST is concerned, please don't be anxious that you got a notice. Everyone's been getting notices. The concern should be, do you have answers for it? The concern should be, do you have answers for it? Because notices will be issued based on system-driven intelligence, some reports that are being generated based on data analytics. GST, as you know, friends, is a very complex law, not just for tax compliance, but even for tax administration. Even for tax administration, this law is very complex, and tax officers have the increased burden of substantiating why they believe a notice must be issued. Why they believe a notice must be issued. This is called, in tax terminology, this is referred to as burden of proof. Very often, you will have heard that when you receive a notice, we have a responsibility to go and justify why the allegation in the notice is not sustainable, and how do you provide documents. As business owners, you don't have to burden yourselves with a lot of complex aspects of the law of GST. All that you will need to appreciate is the difference between income tax and GST. Business owners will have many, many more years of experience dealing with income tax compared to GST. If you take away from this evening's conversation the distinction between income tax assessment and GST adjudication, I think you will be better equipped to deal with potential disputes. And as business owners, if you have to make a decision whether you will accept what the notice says or you will resist what the notice says and litigate. Income tax, friends, follows the system called assessment, which means the returns that have been filed will be rejected by the tax officer, and it is the taxpayer's responsibility to justify why the returns are valid and proper. That's called assessment. And the tax officer must be satisfied with your explanation. Then he will approve your assessment. If not, it will go into the process of litigation and income tax. In GST, it is not to do with assessment. In GST, the process is called adjudication. Adjudication is where the tables are turned, the burden to prove what is proposed lies on revenue. The tax officer now has to bring home the allegation that he wishes to make. So therefore, all that the taxpayer needs to do is to reject the notice. If you were to reject the notice, the responsibility now is back on the tax officer to substantiate why he believes this tax is payable. I'll give you a few illustrations to relate to it. PAN. Everyone is familiar with PAN. PAN, GST, as you know, is a tax on goods and services. It's not a tax on anything. It's not a tax on your revenues. You have to show if any tax is being demanded, whether what is being delivered is goods or they are services. When you look at PAN as a product, what do you think it is? Is it goods or is it services? PAN is good, but is it goods or services? Normally one would think that it is goods, but the GST law says articles which are food and drink for human consumption are services, they are not goods. So friends, if you take every single product along the way, this challenge has to be answered by revenue, whether it is goods or services. Take that same PAN and see if it has tobacco in it. Now is it still goods or services? Once tobacco is introduced into PAN, PAN loses its significance. It becomes a delivery device for tobacco. So now it is back to being taxed as tobacco. What's the rate of tax on tobacco before this September changes take effect? What's the tax on tobacco? Tobacco suffers tax of 100%. 28 plus 72% cess. 100% tax on tobacco, chewing tobacco, but food articles suffer tax at only 5%. So can you imagine the difficulty the government will have to establish whether this is goods or services? The single biggest ally for the tax officer is the taxpayer himself. Taxpayers' lack of understanding, fear of authority. These are the two things that have always worked in the department's favor, because taxpayer believes that if he were to refuse the demand in the notice, department is now going to keep an eye on him. They are going to go after him, investigate more and more, and unearth skeletons in their business. Please be very assured that it's not possible for one investigation to feed another investigation. Sometimes you may have heard in some transactions, officers come and threaten taxpayers. It's been reported in Bangalore. I've seen instances in Bombay as well. When an officer comes and says that a taxpayer or some people involved in the business can be arrested if they don't comply with the requirements. Please bear in mind, GST law is so straightforward as far as the strict procedures are concerned. Someone who will have to be arrested will never be told that they will be arrested. And someone who is regularly told that they are going to be arrested can never be arrested. This is something that's only to play up the investigation to convince the taxpayer. I've heard horror stories from Bombay that taxpayers run away from notices. I will only encourage you to please consider, for whatever it is worth, experience it yourself. If you take up a transaction, any notice that comes your way, get some good advice, litigate a notice, see the result, bear with the process, see the result. You will be greatly encouraged, because it is this resistance to pursue the process that is the strength for the tax office. Tax office believes that, why do you want to litigate? It's going to take 2 years, 3 years, and so on. Because taxpayers don't have the experience of litigating, tax officers tend to sell the idea that any demand that is identified needs to be accepted and discharged. Please experience this yourselves. When you look at tax advice itself, I take this as speaking for tax professionals, I take this upon myself as a responsibility to educate you that there is no one person who can claim absolute accurate understanding of how the tax treatment should be given. Let me ask you this question. How many in this auditorium believe you don't need insurance and have not got an insurance policy? Everyone's got insurance. There's no one raising their hand that they don't have insurance. Why do you need insurance? There is an uncertainty that you want it to be covered, and business owners are best equipped to deal with uncertainty. There are uncertainties in the market, uncertainties in trade. You have dealt with uncertainty in every aspect of business, and you have made sense of it all. If you believe that you are wise about uncertainty, let me ask you this question. Do you have someone who is able to assure you about the outcome of any GST event? It could be an audit, it could be an inquiry, it could be an investigation, it could be a very harmless notice that comes your way. Do you have people like that with you? I will encourage you to please find not just 1, 2, 3, 4 people available with you, because you need that assurance of the outcome. The process is for someone to deal with, but you need clarity about the outcome. Today, what's happened is, as tax professionals, it is our responsibility to educate taxpayers. Taxpayers are not interested in the mumbo-jumbo of the law. You're interested in what's going to happen next, what do I have to pay now, what will be the outcome eventually, what's the time it's going to take. Do you have answers to these 4 or 5 questions in every situation? If you have answers, you're in a good place. If you don't have answers, do you know people who can give you those answers? Friends, please find yourself people who will educate you about the law. You may not go back to them to help you deal with the process. You may go to someone who you have always trusted with your information, with your finances, with your books to deal with it. But you need to have clarity about the process. Very often, tax professionals tend to say, it's very complicated, we'll take care of it, you just need to sign in places marked X and leave it for us to bother about. But you have always educated yourself regardless of your industry. Your background may be something else, you may be in an entirely different industry. How did you come about to being so successful in your business? Is because you want to educate yourself, understand what those moving parts are, and make sense of it all. If that is your style in business, why are you so fearful about GST? Why are you not engaging the tax office in ways in which the law provides you? Let me also tell you that historically, we've had very poorly drafted legislation. Legislations, particularly in taxation, have been very poorly drafted. With over 75 years of collective experience, we now have a GST law that has, placed the burden of proof on the tax department. 2, provided taxpayers with a long list of safeguards that taxpayers have never been used to. Taxpayers have always been given the short end of the bargain. You've always been dealt with poorly, and you have sort of reconciled with this. You know that if you go to courts, It will take a long time, you'll spend a lot of money, and there's absolutely no certainty as to what will be the outcome. Of course, you don't deal with certainty in business, you deal with only probability. But if the probability is encouraging, you are not someone to shy away from taking those risks. If that is how your approach is as far as all other areas of business, I will encourage you, try this once. You will pleasantly surprise yourself that these notices are not so bad after all. When you have people around you to help you get all the information to make those decisions, I think you will do far better. As far as GST changes are concerned, everywhere it is touted. Everywhere it is touted that GST is ever changing, there's no certainty, a lot of complexities are exist in GST. Let me tell you the secret. For every, the whole of GST may have a long list of complex tax positions to consider, but for your business, there are only 3 things for you to consider. There are 3 rules, there are 3 notifications, there are 3 circulars. You don't have more than 3. So let me ask you this question. If you are paying any GST, you should know why. And if you are not paying any GST, you should know why. If anyone comes to you and shares information about GST and is unable to explain in very plain language why you don't have to pay GST on something or why you do need to pay GST on something, you can be assured that you're dealing with the wrong person. Please continue your search for finding the right people, because there are a lot of good people, of course in Bangalore, in Bombay as well, and other places where you come from. People are happy to educate you about what you need to know. Your questions are quite straightforward. Forums such as this can also be wonderful for you to get the information that you need. I will sincerely make this request. Are you an information seeker? You're a business owner, but are you an information seeker? Do you seek information? Do you want to know why? Why do you have to pay tax? Why do you not have to pay tax? When you sell land and building, why do you have to pay tax? When you enter into transactions with someone, why don't you need to pay tax? Please seek information, because a lot of misinformation is available online. Please don't use AI tools. Don't go search online to find your answers, because the trouble is not that you won't find answers. The trouble is that you will find some answers and you don't know if those answers are relevant, current, and accurate. Find the right kind of people who will help you understand. Once you become an information seeker, you will be the one giving instructions as to which ones you want to contest and which ones you don't want to contest. When it comes to GST administration, do you think GST officers are well versed with GST? Many times when I talk to clients, they say the tax office has never raised this question. Why are you raising this question? Questions have to be raised because the answers may not be palatable to a business owner. Decisions you make now will have long-term effects. I've had the privilege of talking to many listed companies, and I'm very sorry to disclose to you my observation. Important positions in large companies are occupied by small people. People who want to live for quarterly results, people who want to please investors, people who want to meet expectations of stakeholders, that they don't want to solve festering problems. In GST, whatever decisions we may have taken in 2017 cannot be still relevant and valid. In the last 8 years, please ask yourself, how many times have you got an internal audit done by your own accountants, your own advisors, to come in and take a look at your records? Prevention has been far more profitable than dealing with an investigation. So please go back, talk to your people, because GST is something that has significant implications for 2 reasons. One, as you know, GST is essentially an indirect tax. As a business owner, you collect the tax and you pay it to the government. It's not a tax that you have to pay for. You pay the tax, but you don't pay for the tax. But if you take an aggressive tax position and you are hit with a demand, an indirect tax like GST will transform into a direct tax because you need to now pay this demand out of your pocket. And the longer you litigate, the higher is going to be the burden, because the first year's dispute, till it is resolved, subsequent years' notices will also be following. So therefore, I will leave you with this thought. Are you an information seeker? Do you understand the distinction between assessment and adjudication? Do you have the right people around you to look at your transactions and tell you if something is amiss? Tax professionals tend to give answers that are pleasing to their clients' ears. A taxpayer will frown upon an answer that says, you have to pay tax. This is not permitted. You shouldn't be doing this. The response that tax professionals get is not very encouraging to be forthcoming as far as not so pleasant news is concerned. Please also see if you have the heart to hear not so pleasant news, because bad news is something that you need sooner than later, because you then can make decisions as far as your pricing, your sales, your distribution is concerned. Friends, GST is here to stay. GST is not something that the complexity that is talked about outside is for every business owner to deal with. You have 3 things to deal with in GST. My question to you is, do you know what those 3 things are? If you don't, I will request you to go back and make that your priority over the next several weeks to get your people to give you those answers, because when you have those answers, you are someone who has all the skills needed to deal with uncertainty, and GST should not be that uncertainty in your business. I thank the chambers for giving the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and all of you for your participation. We have a few minutes for any questions that you might have. Try and keep it easy, please, and I will try and answer that for you.
That's why you should have listened. Okay, I'll just prompt you some very important points that Mr. Christopher had said. Everyone is going to suffer notices of GST.
Hello?
Yeah, you've got a question? Yeah, please go ahead.
Actually, I am from cement industries. See, now this GST is coming down 28% to 18%. So it is a benefit for industry or it is benefit for the customer, no?
See, there's something called anti-profit. Please sit, I'll answer. There's something called anti-profiteering in GST, where OEMs, distributors, dealers, retailers should not enjoy benefit of cost reduction because of GST. Any reduction in costs because of GST must reach consumers, and government is going to very closely monitor if anyone is profiteering at the expense of consumers. When GST on cement goes down from 28 to 18, your base price before tax will remain what it is. The GST that you will charge will change from 28 to 18. Please wait for the notifications. Notifications are expected to become applicable from 22nd September this year. Before that, status quo. Don't make any changes as far as your GST is concerned. Once the new rates become applicable, that's when these changes will have to be given effect. If any businesses have a change in their rate of tax, please do everything possible to demand tax reduction from your suppliers, pass on tax reduction to your customers, maintain documentation, because the larger the business, the more intense will be the investigation. Do the work, keep the documents, because you will have to furnish those documents when called upon. Yes, please.
Okay.
Myself G.K. Shetty, President Karnataka State Hotel Association and MD of Swati Group. That is my suggestion, request to you, auditors and all. Earlier when VAT, then GST, what that GST will be more is simplified. But as per my observation of my company business or whatever the auditing experience, the classification is the major issue. We are not getting proper, what you call, suggestion or solution either from the auditors or from the department. When we go to the audit, my observation is this: department, all these classifications, we are all suffering. So even I submitted my submission to the finance minister. I met thrice in my period. My submission was to simplify the GST classification.
You can bury that wish forever. That is never going to happen. Please speak to Chandrasekhar Shetty, Mr. B.T. Shetty. Talk to the right people. Get your answers sorted. You need answers. You don't need a new question.
No, it may happen.
And let me assure you, it's not going to get settled. It's going to simmer like this. Like I said, when the pilot announces, please wear your seat belts, it's not that he's interested in you or the seat or the belt. He's only telling you in a very polite manner that there is turbulence ahead.
No, there is a lot of solution we got through our submission.
All right.
See, in your submission, as you said, the pawn and the tobacco.
Right.
The tax tariff for this all should be clarified. What is the tariff for the tobacco? What is the tariff for the pawn? Then it is easy.
I suppose you have experience of reaching the government and giving your suggestions. Please continue doing that. It will help the government in providing the clarification wherever there is ambiguity. Please continue doing that. You're doing good work.
This is not a question actually. I'm just going to have any idea about when the GST rate rationalization and GST 2 going to come in place or to happen? Some idea?
What is being...
GST rate rationalization and the GST 2.
Sir, rate rationalization is a continuous process that the government has undertaken over the last 8 years, and they will continue to do this based on buoyancy of revenue. Even now, the changes that were approved on 3rd of September is being referred to as GST 2.0. We don't know if it is 2.0 of anything, but the rates that have been approved in the council on 3rd September are expected to take effect from 22nd September this year. But rationalization has not ended with this. Rationalization will continue in the years to come as and when revenue shows growth and government finds that they can relax this further. So we can expect more of this in the future.
I am from pharmaceutical industry. Now the GST has to be reduced, that is 22nd of September. Now the pharmaceutical medicine brands, there is no practically possible to reduce the MRP. At the same time, pass on the benefit to the customers. There are many channels of distribution. Any suggestion on that from your side?
Only sympathies for your industry. No suggestions. It has to be done, so it has to be done. Your difficulties, government is not interested in listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you so very much, sir. A reminder again to all of us, seek information from the right source. AI, popularly ChatGPT that we refer to, is not reliable in this case as well. Thank you very much. Requesting the President of IBCCI, Mr. K.C. Shetty, the Vice President, Mr. S.B. Shetty, General Secretary, Mr. Srinath Shetty, and Treasurer Prasad Shetty to come on stage to felicitate our amazing speaker who truly demystified GST for us. Big round of applause. He has actually given us a summary of this thicker book. So I think you really have to give him a big round of applause for indirect tax, for which they have to be on their feet. This is a business meet. So we thought we would now first start with demystification and then go on to protocol. So warm welcome to each one of you, and thank you for all those questions that came up. That's the beauty of a common platform, where all of us are in the space of commerce and industry, but belong to one community called the Bunt community. A community that has a glorious history, warriors to landowners, and also the Tulunadu flag that we carry. Today, Bunts are definitely making their mark across different professions. I don't need to enumerate them for you. There is a very famous African saying which says that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And that's the basis on which IBCCI was formed. Going together, making sure our collaborations go across borders. Starting off strongly in Mumbai, they are now in Karnataka, Dubai, and they intend to go to the United States of America. All to help small entrepreneurs as much as successful ones, sharing the knowledge and secrets of success. So let's now begin with a formal inauguration, seeking divine blessings. Tamasoma Jyotirgamayam translates from darkness to light, lead me on. It's a large part of a Sanskrit shloka, and therefore I now request the entire board of directors of the IBCCI, President Mr. K.C. Shetty, Chairman of the Lumens Group of Companies, Vice President Mr. S.B. Shetty, MD Canara Logistics, General Secretary Srinath Shetty, Chairman of the Vasudha Group of Companies, Treasurer Prasad Shetty, MD Grow More Financials, and all of you to come on stage and join me on stage, the Board of Directors, Balakrishna Shetty, MD Polyprocess Private Limited, Nishit Shetty, Director Sharda International Hotel, Kishan Shetty, Chairman Adyar Gardens, Mr. Suda, MD Mumbai Exports, Anil Yelinje, MD Tricon Engineers, Bharat Shetty, MD Aura Shine Fragrance and Flavors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the board of the amazing Indian Bunts Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So you can see all the board members and the officers here in front of you. Requesting now also our dignitaries and guests for the evening to join me on stage. Mr. Prakash Shetty, Chairman MRG Group, Mr. Divakar Shetty, Chairman of Shetron Group of Companies, Mr. Ajit Rai, CNMD, Suprajit Industries, Dr. Satish Shetty, CNMD, Tunga Group of Hospitals, C.A. Shankar Shetty of Shankar Kishore Associates, Mr. Upendra Shetty, Managing Director, Mrs. Datti Sadanand Gowda, and Mr. J. Christopher. Kindly join us on stage as we light the lamp and begin the evening.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु
Thank you so very much. I now request Mr. K.C. Shetty, President IBCCI, Chairman Lumen Group of Companies, to deliver his welcome address.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಮಾತೆರಿಗಳ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್. ಆ್ಯಂಕರ್ ಪನ್ನೋತ್ತೇರು ತುಳುಟು ಕನ್ನಡುಡು ಈಜಿನ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಇಟ್ಲ ಪಾತ್ರೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂತೇರು. ಅಸಲು ಪುಟ್ಟಿನ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ತುಳು, ಊರದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಕಲ್ದಿನ ಕನ್ನಡುಡು ಬೊಗಂತ ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ ಹೋದು ಅಂತ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಕಲ್ದಂಡು ಬೊಗ ಬೊಂಬಾಡಿದ ಕೆಲವು ವರ್ಷ ಹೊಡಿಜಿಂಚಿ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲೆ ಅಟ್ ಹೆಸರು ಚೂರು ಚೂರು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಅಂಡ ಪನ್ನೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಬೊಕ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಲ್ಪೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ವಿಶ್ಡ್ ಚೀಫ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೊರಂಕರವಾಡಿ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಣ್ಣ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಐ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಕೊರಂಕರವಾಡಿ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಣ್ಣ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಎಂಕುಲು ಬದಿ ಬದಿತ ಊರ್ದಗುಲು ಏನು ಕುತ್ಪಾಡಿದ ಯಾರು ಕೊರಂಕರವಾಡಿದಾರೆ ಅಟ್ ಹೆಸರದು ಕುತ್ಪಾಡಿ ಕಡತ್ತು ಒಂಚೂರು ಉದ್ಯಾರ ಬೈಗುಳ್ಳೆ ಕೊರಂಕರವಾಡಿ ಬರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅಟ್ ಹೆಸರದು ಐ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಟೆಲ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಣ್ಣ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಫಾರ್ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ಚೀಫ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟುಡೇ. ಅದ್ರ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಎನ್ನ ನೇಬರ್ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಎನ್ನ ಗೈಡ್ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಎಂಗುಲು ಕಾಂಡಿ ದಿನ 5 ಗಂಟೆ ವಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ದಿವಾಕರನ್ನೇ ಆರು ನಮ್ಮ ಇನ್ನಿತ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ವಿಶ್ ಒಂದು ಆನರೇಬಲ್ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆನರ್ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂತಂದಲ್ಲೇ ಅಂಚನೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಮಲ್ಲ ದೋಸ್ತಿ ಅಲ್ದು ಬೊಕ್ಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಂಟೇರೆಡ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಬಿಗ್ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆರು ಅಜಿತ್ ರೈಕಲ್ ಸುಪ್ರಜಿತ್ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಆರು ಈ ಸರ್ತಿ ಎಂಕಲ್ನ ಬಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಚೀವರ್ಸ್ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ದ ವಿನ್ನರ್ಲ 2025 ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶಣ್ಣ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಿನ್ನರ್. ಅವು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ 5 years ದುಂಬಾತಿನ ಇದ್ದ ಅಂಚನೆ ಕೀನೋಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ಮಗುಲು ಅಜಿತ್ ರೈಕಲ್ ಅಲ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಕ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸತೀಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ತುಂಗಾ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ದಾರ್ ಅವ್ರಲ್ಲ ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ಟೋರಿಲಿ ಎಂಕುಲು ಮರಣ ಒಂದೇಟು ಬಸ್ರು ಬೋನ ಪಂಡೇರು ಈತ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೌಡ್ ಈಸ್ ಓನಿಂಗ್ 5 ಒಂದು ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟಲ್ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂತಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂಚನೆ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕ್ರಿಸ್ಟಫರ್ he has already explained about GST. GST, of course, it is a very dry subject for us, especially because they trouble us like anything. Every day they come and trouble and they will give us notice, even though we are paying 18% to them, but still they come and trouble us because we are not earning even 5-6% after doing after employing for so many people, but still they come and trouble us. You consultants should go and give some memorandum to this Nirmala Sitharaman so that they will harass us less. Thank you. On behalf of Indian Branch Chambers, I am welcoming all dignitaries, fellow members of the IBCCI and friends. Especially, I want to welcome Mr. Ashok Shetty. Ashok Shetty is also my CA also for Bangalore, plus he is the president of Bant Sangha Bangalore. I welcome you, sir. Then D.K. Shetty are Nama Bombay Association, the president. D.K. Shetty are welcome ಅಂತಂದುಲ್ಲೆ ಅಂಜನೆ ಎಂಗಲ್ನ ಮೆಂಟರ್ ಎಂಗಲ್ನ IBCCIದ ಓ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಹತ್ತನಲ್ಲ ಅವೇನು ಎಕ್ದಮ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಮಲ್ಪನಾರು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಶಂಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ರು ಬೈದೇರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂತಂದುಲ್ಲೆ ಐತೊಟ್ಟಿಗೂ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಬೈದಿನ ಮಾತ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿದಾಗಲು ಬಾಂಬೆಡ್ದಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು 45 ಜನ ಬೈದೇರು ಮಾತೆರೆಲ್ಲ ನೀಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂಜೇ ಒಂದೆಟ್ಟು ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಅಂತಂದುಲ್ಲೆ ದಾಲ ಏರೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡ್ತಿನ ಇತ್ತಂಡ ಏನು ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಒಂದು ಮಲ್ಪ್ಲೆ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಇನ್ನಿತ ಕಾನ್ಕ್ಲೇವ್ ಈತ ಎಡ್ಡೆ ಅವಡಂಡ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಅವಡಂಡ ಮೇಯ್ನ್ ಕಾರಣ ಇನ್ನಿತ ಮೇಯ್ನ್ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ರೂಪೇಂದ್ರ ಶೆಟ್ರು ಎಂಕಲ್ನ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ದ ಒಂದು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ವೈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಅಲ್ದ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಆರೇ ಪ್ರಕಾಶನ ಪಾತಿರ್ದು ಮತ್ತು ಈ ವೆನ್ಯೂ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಕಾಶನೇ ಒಂದು ಮಲ್ದಿನಿ ಐ ಕಸರದು ಹೀ ಇಸ್ ದ ಮೇಯ್ನ್ ಒಂದು ಐತೊಟ್ಟಿಗೂ ಎಂಗಲ್ನ ಬೊಂಬಾಯ್ದಾಗು ಅರ್ನ ಟೀಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎತ್ತೇರು ಐದ್ರ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಗೂ ಎಂಗಲ್ನ ಬೊಂಬಾಯ್ದ ಟೀಮು ಮಸ್ತ್ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಬಗಲ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಲ್ದೇರು ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ SB ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ದೆನ್ ಶ್ರೀನಾಥ್ ಬೊಕ್ಕ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ Also, the book, I should not miss anybody. Kishan Shetru, book Bharat Shetru, book Masti Janamata Utta, the Malder, book Altir Boka, preparation and not to go, what to Baki the Gula Matan sponsor Malder, when you a friend of Divakarane, book when Dr. Satish, also book Haris Dinkar Boga Anand Shetru, Mogala. Unde to hotel undu Ramada and bakila chain of hotels undu agalla moolu citrus undu hotel undu. So actually nigalan mata welcome antundulla. Actually when I started my industry, I was working in Bajaj. And Bajaj actually I was working for more than 10 years. 10 years as a quality control engineer. I used to go to all manufacturers. Adaga 1982 some of the products only small scale can manufacture. It actually it was appliances, then lighting, then storage water heater, all type of appliances. And I used to go for inspection, I used to go for procurement. They used to make these items. So, of course, they are bachelors of Bodu, and why don't I start my own industry? Then what happened? My brother was working in Vijaya Bank. I went to eat that. Then after that, after I left the job, he has not spoken to me for 2 years. Why you left the job? Then after his retirement, he worked with me for 5-7 years. Okay, that is the plus. When I got engaged, my wife is here only. I was actually working in Bajaj. When I got married, I was not having a job. So that is the condition where I started. Then of course, it was a long journey. Earlier business means we were not having any IBCCI like this. At least, now you can come and talk to us how to start, where to start and all. In our case, when I started industry, I was not knowing what is balance sheet. One of my friend was telling, he was Maradi, Shetty, tum daily balance sheet banana mangte. And I used to look at him and laugh. Daily balance sheet kuch hota hai kya? Now it has become true because of that ERP. Now it is possible. But earlier, I used to look at his face and sell. And for balance sheet, we used to wait for six months. Of course, any starting business means we have gone through all the grind. And plus, this is the city where it has given me break. Because when I was working only, because this Mysore lamps was also coming to the same place where we were buying materials. Then I had a very good relation with them. Then I spoke to their GM. That time actually that Punjabi management was there. One Mr. Dingra was there. He told me that, I told him I want to become a vendor. And then he was telling, okay, come. Then I came here. They are the people who have given me the first order. Then after getting that order, I left the job. Even while negotiating the price also, I made mistake and I quoted less. Then, my friend was a regional manager here, one Mr. Iyengar, he is no more now. I went and told him, I made this mistake, what to do. He was telling, no, don't worry. You go and tell them that I have done a mistake and, they will, definitely do something. Because first of all, I never used to face, so many people in a cabin. So I was afraid. But still, I went to them and it was come true. Why I am telling this story is, now, if you want to start business, there is ChatGPT. Of course, he told me not to see, not to see. And Meta is there. So many other things are there. We can do that. But actually, even there are consultants available. That time, it was very scarce. So, with this intention, our senior industrialists like Mr. S.M. Shetty, B.D. Shetty, Divakar Shetty, Sudhakar Shetty and others, they thought, for our this one, the bunds, we need a IBCCI, Indian Bund Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And their main aim was, anybody who want, any bund person who studied, he should not become a job seeker. He should become a job creator. That was the slogan, they started. And because of that, today you find, more and more Shetties are into business. And plus, Shetties, we know because actually I don't have personality like Bharat, Ashok. Prakashan and all, 6-footers. But actually, even though we are short also, we are, little different. Of course, this time some Maharashtrian minister has done some mischief with Shetties, but of course it was very bad. But actually, Shetties means, in Bombay, we are respected. And of course, earlier, we are known for only hoteliers. Now it is not like that. Now actually, even, earlier when I used to go to this Bansanga and all, ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಅಂಗಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ಐ ಯೂಸ್ ಟು ಸೇ ನಂದು ಅಂಗಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ನಂದು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಅಂತ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ನಾವು ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್. Now actually everybody is telling, we are into different business. Now actually we are there, even in acting we are there. Even of course we were known for other things also, but actually we are now, more into, business, more into manufacturing, more into software. And even children, who have studied. Now, so many cities have become, Romal has become CEO of Deloitte. One of my Navy has become now IBM director. Then somebody has become PwC director. Our people are also growing. So it is a good sign for us. So with all this, what I am telling is actually, anybody who got, people who wants to do business, IBCCI is there. Plus actually we got a office also in Bombay. If anybody wants to use the address, you can use it. You can use the table space also. It is in Powai. It is fully furnished office. Anybody can use that. See, actually, we have gathered more than 200 people. Yesterday, what happened? We actually around 35, 40 people, we came from Mumbai. Then, we were traveling to Mysore. And, of course, some 3, 4, 5 people, they joined from Bangalore. And one of our, secretary, Srinath was telling, we were discussing about business. Srinath was telling, here in the bus only, we got 1,500 years experienced people. Okay, total experience of the 55 people who were traveling in the bus was, it is more than 150 years. Just, calculate 30 years. Of course, we are all 40, 45 years old, this one. Most of the businesses are 30, 40 years. Because even here also, we got so many people, total experience maybe more than that. It is more than 5, 6 times. So, we have to use our expertise so that, because if any junior comes, he wants to start business and, we can help them. And yesterday, we went to 2 factories in Mysore and totally different from, what we see the factories. First, we went to Mr. Vilas Alwa, right? Na? Vishwa Prasad Alwa. We went to his factory. It is really worth seeing. He is the man who has done in COVID time. I think he has actually made this one, what is that, ventilator. I think some thousands. He has actually, I forgot this one. Anybody? Huh? 42,000. That also, he was not having raw material. But actually, Prime Minister told him that, you have to do it. Then what he did, he has outsourced it to this Mahindras and all. What they have done, some of the machines they have shown in that car meters also they have put. The meters were not available. Factory was closed. So they have used that also. This automobile technology they used in scanning this ventilators. So his factory is very big. Plus actually, he got principal like Wipro chairman Ajim Premji. He was telling, he has not given a bribe of 10 lakh. For that, he lost more than 110 crores. 110 crores. Then, my vice president asked him, it is better to pay 10 lakhs. Why you have done this? He said, no, enna ammer bantere, enna ammer ingonju kalpat kadapudderu mulu. Yan mulu dal irelu mosa maldiji. You are also not supposed to do it. And that man, he has done MTech from Regional College Engineering, Surathkal. Plus he has done MBA, plus actually he worked in GE and other companies. But his principle is very clear that I will not give bribe. And he got such a beautiful unit, 3 units he got. And he is one of the largest manufacturer of scanning equipment in the world. And plus, he also, he is actually also telling that, I am doing so much turnover, but so far, I am minus only. Now, from within 1 or 2 years, they will be in plus. And plus, he got such a big R&D room. He is employing more than 450 engineers. 450 engineers he is employing, and plus, he is actually also, this testing lab, I think government has aided him. Anybody who wants to come and do the testing, they can do it. He was explaining one machine, if anything goes wrong, any part, this one test is very costly. They have to do it in outside India. So actually, government wanted to do it in India for supporting startups. So what he has done, he has made that lab. He was telling, anybody can come do it. Another thing what he told is, anybody who is interested in developing this type of machine, they want to do any startup. These are youngsters, you can listen. Anybody wants to do the startup, he is ready to give the finance also. He is telling that 5 engineers, let them come and join here, but they have to work from 8 to 10 o'clock in the night. All the arrangements he will do it, plus he will invest also. Suppose if you are losing, he was telling don't pay anything. If you are earning, I will pay, you have to pay 5 times. Very good proposal. And he wanted to come today, but he was having some other work, he has not come. Another is, for one Mr. Dr. Sudhir Shetty, he has done PhD. Of course, he is from my family only, Kutpadi. He has done MSc PhD, plus he worked in agriculture industries. And he has done this Labland bio, he has told me the particular word, biodiesel, Labland biodiesel, he has done it. And actually, in that, he has, regarding this Labland, we saw future sustainable agriculture and bio-innovation. The groundbreaking work in developing high-value bioenergy plantation isn't just a business, it is a mission to empower farmers to revolutionize the agro-industry sector. The insight was very clear. Technology, when aligned with a vision for a social impact, create immense and sustainable value. Labland claim is very clear. Production of biodiesel and carbon, it will capture the carbon from the atmosphere. So he also done a very good, this one factory, he got a land around, I think, 2.5 acres, 2.5 hours drive, he told me some place. We went to his lab, this a small unit, there he explained. There also, he is, of course, I was, myself and Srinath, you have to come for meeting some VIP here. So we are not there, but my vice president was telling, he has welcomed them, with the band, Vadya and Dol and all. So, and actually, of course, Sudhir is here only. I think Sudhir has come. Dr. Sudhir, yeah, Dr. Sudhir is here only. He is, very good, this one. And he has been awarded by Bansanga and even Karnataka government also for his Jetroba, this one. And he also needs some investment. If anybody is this one, we can, just help him. And, before I conclude my speech, I sincere gratitude, my thanks to our revered chief guests and dignitaries for gracing this occasion. To our insightful speakers for sharing their wisdom. Abhi aap log karne wala hai, not now, you have to do it. Because Divakaranna and Ajitanna, they speak really well. Prakashan also, I have seen them speaking because they are good speakers. They will keep you busy. Plus, they will explain you their way, how they have come up to this level. Everybody says, I want to become Prakashanna. By sleeping, you cannot become Prakashanna. By sleeping, you cannot become Divakaranna. By sleeping, you cannot become Ajitanna. Because actually what that Vilas, Alwaz was telling, I want people, who work for 8 to 10. And he has made every arrangement for them. So, people who are working hard, you see always businessmen, they come with flashy car, this, that and all. It doesn't come free. Even in my case also, I have not given my wife, Gar Karcha ke liye, I have not given her money for 2 years. That was my condition when I started my industry. So, I was drawing good salary. That time, 82, my salary was very good. But actually, when it came to the business, plus whatever, earlier there was no dharmada marriage. We used to take always dowry. Everybody has taken dowry, I think. Marriage wala sab log liya hai, but maine mera bachche log ko nahi diya hai. But actually we have taken that, but in spite of that, we have gone to that. So any hard work, it always pays. And here, Ratnakarana is also here. He gave me first loan for taking my bungalow in Jew. Ratnakarana is here. He was ED, he was the GM in that time, he helped me. So, once again, I warmly welcome all, everybody gathered here and take advantage of IBCCI. Anything is there, you can talk to us, even Upendran also. Anything is there, we are there to help you for, growing your business. Thank you and wish you all and very productive conclave. Thank you very much. Sorry, that Sadan Gaudru, Yapal Engal program barperi, Sarthi Bahidi Chir, in year Barandine Kasrad, that he Gaudre and Kadapur, Barna Magella by there. So, sorry, and Matru Bond Pandre, Boka, that he Gauderla in a relation in Javanaga, Yan Kaldin Kushal Nagarudu. Adaga, that he Gauder Anne and a classmate. ಆರು ಅದಾಗ ಆಜಿನ ಇಡ್ತೀರು ಅಲ್ಲ ಸಿಕ್ಸ್ತ್ ಸಿಕ್ಸ್ತ್ ಇಡ್ತೀರು ಕಿಂಜ ಬಾರಿ ಇಂಕುಲ್ಲದೆ ಕೆಲಪ 10-12 ವರ್ಷ ಆತಂತ ಹೋಗಿಡು ಅರ್ನ ಮಲ್ಲಪಲೆ ಒಂಜಿ ದಿನ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಸಾಲಿಡ್ ಒಂಜಿ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ನೀವು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಾನು ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಹೊತ್ತು ಪೋತೀನಿ ಅವರು ಮರ್ನ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸೇ ಡ್ಯಾತಿಜಿ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ರೆ ಹಾಜಿ ಅವೇನು ಇತ್ತಲೇ ತಿಗೊಂಡ ಬಂದ್ಪೇರು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಕೊಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂದ ಏನೇನು ಆರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿರಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಚಂದ್ರ ಬಂದ್ಬಿರಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಬ್ರದರ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಬಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತುಂಬ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಓಕೆ ಗೌಡ್ರು ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಒಂಜಿ ಒಂದು ಹೊತ್ತು ನೀನು RSSದ ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಇತ್ತು ನಿನ್ನ ಉಡುಪಿ ಐಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅರೆ ಬರ್ರೆ ಆಜಿ ಸೊ ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಸಾರಿ
Buns in Panda, Bari Shokada Unji Panda, the connections and relationships. Life Edi. Underworld on top of it. We always are a success. And there's no doubt about it because our connections are super strong. What is the context of today? Inviting Mr. Srinath Shetty, General Secretary, IBCCI, Chairman of Vasudha Group of Companies, to set the tone for the evening.
Begin, sir. Very, very good evening to everyone. I'm Srinath Shetty. A very, very warm welcome to the dignitaries, Prakash Anna, the chief guest, Divakar Anna, Ajit Anna, and Satish Anna, and Jatin for your keynote speak today. In fact, I'll just set the context. I won't take more than 6 to 7 minutes because I know you all have here to hear more from the expert speaker. I'm not an expert, I'm an all-rounder. I do a little bit here and there of everything. So I just see how is the context of IBCCI. The world has changed. The world era has changed from a single world power to a multipolar world, right? Where you're seeing the volatile, ambiguous situation in the world right now. And India has been a lone confidence voice, right? Aligning with other countries, right? We said we'll keep equidistance from every country and have our own, policy of autonomy. And that's how IBCCI also, in line with the national vision, has actually thought we have to expand, and IBCCI started around 3 decades back as a dream of our founder, which is Mr. B.D. Shetty, Barkur Dharmaraj Shetty, and Mr. S.M. Shetty. But if you see, it was very, very dormant. But with leadership change, I think that's where the dynamism came, and with the new leadership in the last couple of years, I think now we have really made major inroads with K.C. Shetty's leadership as a president, our vice president, Mr. S.B. Shetty. With the leadership, we got vibrancy, movement, and we could actually define a purpose. Indian Barondite ಕೆಲವು Bangalore friends ಇತ್ತು ಅಗ್ಲಪೇಟ ಬಲ್ಲೇನಿ. So actually, someone said, ಎಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ತತ್ತಾವು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲಿಸ್ಟ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ನ ಒಂದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಏನಿ ಮಲ್ಲಾಗಿಲ್ನ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ಗೆ. So I'd like to clarify. Undu Chamber of Commerce is for what? What is the purpose? Is that it is for a business person, it's for a professional person, it's for a doctor, advocate, business person, in fact, everyone who wants to elevate his career, who want to grow in his life by connecting with relevant people. Bunts community panda one of the most powerful community. In fact, last time when we had a meeting, our chamber board of director had a meeting with the DCM, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar. He very nicely said, and we all felt so proud. He said, Shetra, nam gottuntu nimdella vote hogodu BJP ge, but namge respect untu nim community ge. So yakandre ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ತಲೆ ಉಂಟು, ಧನ ಉಂಟು ಮತ್ತು ಬಲ ಉಂಟು. ಇದು ಮೂರು ಕ್ಯಾರೆಕ್ಟರಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಹತ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ. So there are more wealthier people in Gujjus, Marwadis, but the Bunts have left a mark, they have a legacy, they're versatile, like Rashmi just said, right? We were known as hoteliers when we came to Bombay. Today we have leading doctors, leading advocates, leading chartered accountants, now the leading in the sports. In badminton we have Chirag Shetty. We have in the movies, right? So it's one of the most versatile community, and this chamber offers a connectivity to each one, to connect with people, to elevate their career, to inspire, collaborate, and grow. So I'll just start with our presentation. So what do we do? Purpose, established in 2006 to foster collaboration, support, and growth. Create, like our president said, more job creators. Geographical reach, we were in Mumbai. Now we are in Dubai. Now we are in Karnataka. In fact, last time when the chief DCM said, you all have gone to Bombay and you're investing in other state. You're investing in Hyderabad, you're investing in Gujarat. And when you come back to our state, you're just investing in a temple. Right? So spiritual tourism is very high amongst our community. He was saying, along with that, please do some business tourism as well. Look at Karnataka, not only for Bhuta, Kola, Brahma Kalasha, Nagmandala, that is there, that is a culture. But try to grow commerce and trade. I am a businessman. I have invested in Karnataka in Udupi, a town which is my ancestral house. We have around 100 people working in the plant. It's a pharmaceutical company. It's probably the only pharmaceutical company in the South Canara district. I feel happy whenever I go, right? This is the first time I, had an investment in Karnataka, and I feel there's a lot of opportunity. It's a state with the best of educational institutes, the best of professionals, right? And this is a hometown. So why not? And I'm really happy that whenever I come to the native place, I go to the temple. At the same time, I spend time on some commerce and trade and business, and I go to my factory also. So I feel really happy and proud about that. What are we doing? One is we're doing networking, right? Business requires what? You need advocates, you need chartered accountant, you need, right? Vastu consultants, right? Yesterday we had met one of the person in our bus. We were going towards Mysore, and one person introduced himself. He's a Vastu consultant, Mahesh Shekha. So many of our businesses have Vastu consultants. They're using a Marwadi Gujarati in Bombay. So we have someone in the community, why not use it? So that's the power of networking. So it's not only for industries. People need doctors, people need advocates, people need CAs. So That's what we offer in terms of networking, training. We have a lot of knowledge seminars, which is done online to train people on various important subjects. Like we had Romal Shetty, CEO of Deloitte, right, imparting a lot of insights to people. We had the best of subject matter expert. Like today we have Jatin Christopher, who is based in Bangalore, and he was talking of GST. He said, let me demystify GST. As business people, we think GST is a problem. So he says, nothing to get scared of, right? We just need to know what we need to do. So there's a training, there's a fellowship, there's guidance and expansion. Business is now becoming cross-border. So with our chapter office in Dubai, with a chapter office in Karnataka, Bombay, USA, right? We are expanding. There are many people in India wanting to go to USA. Now the US policy is such that if you want to export, you want to do business in USA, panda un factory alpa pado. Digida multar popini panda tariff 60% or 100% or gottu jenkli. So we have to be prepared. Industrial visits. We've been doing so many industrial visits, but we went to Hyderabad, we went to, yesterday we were in Mysore. So amazing insights we got, the kind of value system the business people have for Made in India brand. We were talking about Scanrace. They're the largest manufacturer in India. They're competing with, he's our own community member, and he has an incubation center. So we have signed an MOU as a Chamber of Commerce to see how we can actually create an incubation center which helps people grow their business. So that's a network right now, and this network is continuously growing. So become a part of this movement called Indian Bund Chamber of Commerce and Industries. It is not only for industry, this is for anyone who wants to collaborate, network, and grow in their career, grow in their business. And there's nothing else in that, right? So it's a professionals, businesses, and there are people from each and every industry who are a member today. So let's make it strong. We have the Gujaratis and Marwadis. Agla association is so strong, Panda, you cannot get into that network. They have that kind of bonding. We were actually doing a survey to understand Yankala Bunds community, for example. We have hoteliers, we have industrialists, we recruit people, we buy air conditioners, we have interiors. The amount of money that is spent per annum is not less than 30 to 40,000 crores. And how much of a percentage is happening within community? We have equally competent people. Like yesterday we saw a factory in Mysore. He's the #1 in his field, right? So it's a great opportunity if we actually connect. So what can happen if you're a member? Business opportunity, resources. You have a business, you want a mentorship. There are enough mentors in the business, successful business people like Divakar Anna, Ajit Anna, Prakash Anna, right? They can, they have learned the hard way. You'll hear in their speech as to how they have grown their business. It didn't happen overnight, right? And that tips if you get. Like Casey was saying, when he started business, there was no Chamber of Commerce, there was no internet. But today, we have all that facility and now a Chamber of Commerce, right? And what does one need? Is just to pick up your phone, know the person, talk to the person, and take some inputs and tips. And that expertise which we have, no other person can give, no other college can give. We had a very lovely UAE visit recently. We actually met with our icon, B.R. Shetty, right? And he said, I think this is a phenomenal idea which was floated by B.D. Shetty and S.M. Shetty at that time. If I had a Chamber of Commerce, maybe I could have had more partnerships. I have partnerships in Hyderabad, I have in Ahmedabad, but I never made a partnership here in Karnataka. Maybe at that time, right? So those are the learnings which we got from the trip, and that is the opening of our Dubai chapter. So we have a lot of people in Dubai with a lot of successful businesses there. So that's the industry, so we are there. The bunds are there in logistics, hospitality, manufacturing. You don't have to go anywhere, but this is the right platform that you get to connect. Our vision, like I said, is to network, help, connect, and we firmly believe in IBCCI. In Itada Kalada, it is not the amount of money in your bank. In the net worth is what? The number of people you know, the number of right contacts you have. That is the kind of a net worth of a person. So some of the plans for future, we have some people in the software industry. We want to develop an IBCC application development which helps connect people. The database is there, website is there. We need some resources, some people, expertise who can volunteer to join and help us develop the application. Mentorship program is already there. You need some mentorship on some business. Like yesterday, we had one person who's developed a lovely EV, electrical scooter. He's looking out for funds. And yesterday, Labland, when we went, he said, I have an incubation center. I want to support people like this. So we help connect people. Networking meets. We have networking meets, which helps connect a lot of people. Podcast is one of the activity with our senior, the stalwarts of our industry. We're looking at doing a podcast, right? A series of 12 podcasts with the leaders, right? Take insights from them. A CV bank. So we have so much of recruitment happening. We have a website where the companies can post their requirement, and there are people, meritorious students who can, apply for a job. And I'm sure on merit, getting through into those companies. We also created a next gen, basically for the next generation, right? We saw a lot of people in the next generation don't come to Bansanga for whatever reason. They are digitally savvy people. So we said we need to create a nice trade and commerce wing with the next generation, the Gen Zs, right? So they have a lot of ideas, right? They're saying we want to know what's in it for us, and we offer this platform for the youngsters. So not just parents, but we encourage you to encourage your children, the next generation people, to get connected within our community. There's enough and more resources available in our resource bank. Oh, this was yesterday's visit. This is Mr. Alwa. We all had visited his plant. That is Canrays in Mysore. So it was a different industry, but the insight which we got was so immense. This is Labland. Sudhir Anna is here. So we had a lovely experience here, understanding how, right? He is making use and making it a very, very environment-friendly kind of a place for us. We have barren land. We don't know what to do. No one to actually run that. So they have a scheme wherein they run the land, cultivate cash crop, create a kind of a revenue model, right, which creates an agricultural income, which is a tax-free income. So they have a lovely technology, and he's an expert mentor. So they have a lovely scheme, right? So this is something really interesting which we saw. And yes, thank you. So you have the next gen, the youth of Bunds here. You have the senior stalwarts, so everyone here. Pudu. Oh, there is one more. Casey is saying, Pudu, a lot of Pudu can also be fixed. He's fixed a lot of, nobody, no charges, right? Yes, a lot of people are saying, we want a Pudu corner in the chamber also. So, like Rashmi said, we are incorporated the company Mata, 40% of women, but in Mulpa, even not 3% of women have actually come. We don't know why, So we need to actually get the women also understand what is trade and commerce in a community. They should support. Many times, I tell my wife, when I go for an exhibition to China, I said, so they see, the China Tunda, all ladies are working, the husbands are sitting at home. We are waiting for that day to come, So 90% of women are working there. As husband cigarette and drink part of the letter, they sign contracts. So that is, I think, maybe one of the reason why China is ahead of India, right? It was such a phenomenal tour. I was there for 3 days in Shanghai and Beijing for a chemical exhibition. And every exhibition stall at Punjol. So, and very, very smart. I thought Indian women are the smartest, but I think hats off to the Chinese women. And I think the moment gender diversity on the strong ladies what they come for the commerce and trade meeting, it will be nice. Our committee also doesn't have a single ladies, right? So we encourage ladies to join in, right? And make it more vibrant body, which represent every aspiration of every Bunds community. So with that, I stay committed to support this movement called IBCCI, and I thank all for giving such a warm welcome. We have 50 people from Bombay that who have come here to experience and create a business corridor, right? We have it a corridor panda Bombay the aglega Bombay and Gujarat business corridor undu, right? So we are trying to promote, right? There are stalwarts who are already doing business. Prakashan now uller, Devakaran now uller, Ajitan now uller. So we're looking at creating a business corridor between Bombay and Karnataka. We already have a spiritual corridor, right? We want to now ensure our culture, our heritage is there. Along with that, if we, right, as a Chamber of Commerce, provide a commerce platform, I think that's a great service for our community. And I today request all of you to become a member and support the cause. This money goes back to you, right, in terms of giving you opportunity to connect. And all the money, we don't take any donations, right? It's only organizing the events, which will be useful to all of us, our next generation and everyone. So thank you once more for your time, sir. Yeah.
Very, very important pointer here, which was missed out, is Nama Panda, Nama Aliya Santana, Women Matriarchal Society. And I heard a comment which ran across saying, matriarchal Bausha papered, it's still patriarchal. And if that changes, a lot will change in the community. So maybe that's food for thought as well. Nigala tabled boka registration malpanaga on the form alpapida ittundu. Inchina society de Chamber of Commerce de membership getondre dalabanga ijji. And then film altunda, the staff and representatives of the Chamber of Commerce will get in touch with you and tell you what are the benefits. Today what you're seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. And nama community da ulaye eeth inspiring stories uppanaga. Why do we need to go out? Because inspiration and motivation many a time has to be intrinsic from within. When it's from within, it's long lasting. And with us, we have our next speaker, who is one such. A very well-known entrepreneur and philanthropist. Dr. K. Prakash Shetty, relentlessly pursuing excellence in everything, has propelled the MRG Group to remarkable heights in both hospitality and the infrastructure sectors. His innovative leadership has earned him a lot of accolades, including prestigious awards such as the Karnataka Rajyotsava Award, the Visionary Hotel Owner of the Year, Bund Star Achiever, Indian Affairs Visionary Leadership, and the Times Group Lifetime Achievement Award. Inviting Prakashanna, who doesn't need a lot of introduction, but whose words definitely will inspire you.
Respected guest of honor, Diwakar Shetty, keynote speakers, Ajit Kumar Rai, Jatin Christopherji, Satish Shetty, esteemed President and members of IBCCI, members, and all my dear friends. Confusion on the case is Yanita Banaga and a lobbied an officer donji Elia speech very good here. Whether I want to read this or not, I don't know now. Because you spoke very clearly, you told. Tuluda patirli, Kannada patirli, English la patirli. Hindila. Surukade, inita chief guest, Karnataka Sarkarda Honorable Industry Minister, Shri M.B. Patil. Upendra Shetty, 1 month back, he told me regarding this date and event. And he told about the guest also. I promised him I'll get M.B. Patil for this event. Last week, Upendra Shetty phone maltere when I was in Singapore. He told Anna M.B. Patil Pantaratan. Oh, sorry, Upendra Shetty Matarpurna. I forgotten. Then immediately I called from Singapore to M.B. Patil. Then he told Shetty, ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಜಪಾನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಬರ್ತೀರಿ ಸರ್? ನಾನು ಈ ತಿಂಗಳು 20ನೇ ತಾರೀಕಿಗೆ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಬಹುಶಃ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲೇ ನಾನು ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದರೆ ಉಪೇಂದ್ರ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಅವರು ಕೆ ಸಿ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ IBCCIಗೆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಬಹುಶಃ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ಹೆಸರು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಮೈ ಅಪಾಲಜಿ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕೆ ಸಿ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು, ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನವರು, ತುಳುನಾಡಿನವರು, ಬನ್ಸ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ನಾನು ಕೂಡ ಒಬ್ಬ ಬಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಬದುಕು ಕಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಊರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತೃಭೂಮಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಪರ ಊರಿಗೆ, ಪರದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದೆವು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ಸಾಧನೆಯಾಗಿ ಅದು ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಕೆಲವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿಗಿರಿ ಭಾರಿ ಅದೃಷ್ಟ ಉಂಟು ಬಂದು. ಅದೃಷ್ಟದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ಸೇರಿದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಸಾಧನೆಯಾಗಿ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ಆಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು 1983ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಬಂದೆ. ಇವಾಗ ದಿವಾಕರಣ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ನನಗೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ MRG ಅಂತ. MRG ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಕಂಪನಿ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು MRG ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರು ಬಂದ 2001ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಆವಾಗ ನನಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದುಂಟು, MRG ಅಂದರೆ ಮುತ್ತಪ್ರಾಯ ಇಲ್ಲರಿನ ಕಂಪ್ಲೇಂಟು ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ನಾನು ದಿವಾಕರ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಡೆಫಿನೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ MRG, ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ MRG. ದಿವಾಕರಣ ಎಂ ಪಂಡೆಯನ್ನ ಪಪ್ಪನಪ್ಪುದಾರೆ, ದಿವಂಗತ ಮಾಧವ ಶೆಟ್ಟರು. ಆರ್ ಪಂಡ ಎನ್ನ ಅಮ್ಮನಪ್ಪುದಾರೆ, ದಿವಂಗತ ರತ್ನಾ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ. ಜಿ ಪಂಡ ಎನ್ನ ಮಗೆ ಗೌರವ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ. ಕುಡಿದು ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಿನ್ನಪ್ಪುದಾರ ದೇಗೆ ಜೀವಂತ. ಎನ್ನ ಪಪ್ಪನ ಅಮ್ಮನ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ, ಎನ್ನ ಬ್ಲೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಎಂಗೆ ಈತ ಮಲ್ಪೆರೆಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಎನ್ನ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಬಹುಶಃ ದೇರ್ ಬ್ಲೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈ ಕಂಪನಿ ಒಲಿಪೋಡುಂದಾಂಡ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮಿತ್ತು ಪತ್ತೋಡು ಬಂದಾಂಡ ಒಂದು ಅಕ್ಷರದ ಮಿತ್ತು ಆ ಪುದರ್ ಒಂದು ಗೌರವ ಪಂಡದ ಅವೆನ್ನ ಮಗೆ ಆಯೇ ಒಂದು ದುಂಪತ್ತೋಡು ಪಂಪಿನ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಮಾತ್ರ MRG ಬಂದ. ಸಿಯಾನ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ಬತ್ತಿನ ಸುರುಟು ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಿಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಂಕೆ ನಮ್ಮಗುಲೇ ಆಯ್ನ ವಿಜಯ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಸುಂದರಂ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಇತ್ತಿರೋದಾಗ ಸುಂದರಂ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಇತ್ತೀಚೆರಾದಾಗ ಬಟ್ ಭಾರಿ ಬನ್ಸ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬನ್ಸೇ ಇತ್ತೀನಿ ಯಾನ್ ಸುರುಕೊಂಜಿ ಪ್ರಿಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಪನಾಗ ವಿಜಯ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಇಡ್ತೇನೆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಶೇರ್ ಐಕೋಬುದ ಒಂಜಿ ಸೋನಿಯರ್ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಪಡಿತ್ತು ಅದಾಗ ಫಸ್ಟ್ na printing press start ಆಯ್ತು ಅದೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇಸ್ ಮೈ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಇಸ್ ಐಕೋಬು ಸೋನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ರತ್ನಾಕರ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಇಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಶಿ ನೋಸ್ ಆರಾದ ಕೆ ಜಿ ರೋಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಯಾರು ಅದೊಂದು ಗ್ಲಾಸ್ ನೀರು ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಯು ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆಲ್ ಮೈ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಪ್ರಿಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ಸೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ it's letter press printing. So my investment is 50,000 rupees in 1983. And whole my investment is I record in that Vijay Bank order. That is why I am always, every time I am telling my people and my staff, education is important. More than education, common sense is important. Education is only theory. Common sense is in mathematics. Today we are all industrialists sitting here. Everybody is doing large scale, small scale. We are proud to say we are all industrialists. But what we will speak in office, top line. What is the total turnover? But my funda is always different. I will not see the top line, I will see only bottom line. What is the EBITDA? What is the net profit? So top line and bottom line, how you should control the expenditure. This is more important. Otherwise, whatever you do the turnover, my EBITDA is 2%, my EBITDA is 3%, my EBITDA is 5%, maximum 12%. Sometimes I am, Dinkarana is laughing. I think he's a very good businessman. He is also hotelier. Dinkarana and Harishanna. I learned so many things from him, from them. So what are the good things? So we are all ಎಂಪಳ್ಳಿಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬಾಂಬೆ ಪೋದು ಕಾಂಡಲಕ್ಕದು ವೆಜಿಟೇಬಲ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಓನರ್ಸೇ ಪೋಪಿನಿ ಫಿಶ್ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಪೋಪಿನಿ ಒಂಜಿ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಬಕ್ಕೊಂಜಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ರಡ್ಲ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಲ್ತೊಂದಿತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್. That's what I'm telling you. Hard working means कल का काम आज करो, आज का काम अभी करो. घोड़ा है, मैदान है, चलता है, चलाता है. This will not work. But today is not like that. This generation is not like that. I'll come back there. But that time was there. ನಮ್ಮನೆ ಪೋಪಿನಿ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಿಗೆ ಇವನ್ ಎಂದೊಂದು ರೆಸ್ಟೋರೆಂಟ್ ಇತ್ತಾನೆ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾ, ಪ್ರಿಂಟಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಾ, ರೆಸ್ಟೋರೆಂಟ್ ಇತ್ತಾನೆ. She said, I will not speak much, I am not reading this. Yenna onji restaurant ittun, Banjara. I think everybody knows what is Banjara. See, even today people are pronouncing me the Banjara Prakash Shetty. I think that's the best, one of the best restaurant. I got the award 4 consequence year. Best restaurant, best ambience, best food. Because my personal concentration was there. Today, one thing you people should understand that our personal concentration, wherever we are there, but our personal concentration is required in our business. Otherwise, we lose. So Ratnakarna and VP Shetty and another Ratnakarna and Balana, we are going somewhere outside Bangalore. They are telling, Prakash, you need to busy man, when you call Barpijatan. That now we reach the stage today. Itte angle market pod mean pata rapaji, vegetable pata rapaji. This stage barodanda, that is the reason behind that. Anchad, ನಮ್ಮ business everything planning is very important. Planning, administration and finance. And the 10 ರೂಪಾಯಿ into 100 ರೂಪಾಯಿ business ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಪೋರೆಬಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವರ time ಇತ್ತು. Calculated risk, more profit. Not now. I am now 65 years old. I have got my limitation. That we can't do now. I don't want to discuss, I don't want to speak much because everybody is industrial, their own way they come up in our life. Everybody is having their own story. Now ultimately the end of result, what we are giving to the society. So how much you are earning is not important. Finally, what you did for society. See, I am very proud. Now, Srinath Shetty is our IBCCI secretary. He proudly said that he was having a factory in Udupi, pharmaceutical company. I have already my business is in Bangalore, Goldfinch Hotel. Now, next month, in Bhumi Puja on the Goldfinch City Tolad. See, there's a 10 million square feet we are constructing. 102 acres land, 10 million square feet, showroom, mall, 1.6 million only IT park, 430 seats restaurant, convention hall, villas, co-living, senior citizen, hospital, school, apartments. Altogether 10 million square feet you are doing. But I know the limitation of Mangalore. I am also doing phase-wise. The first phase, second phase, and third phase. So today I am very proud that I am doing Mangalore. I know the Mangalore spending power and all the situation. I am not looking after, today I am not looking after the profit, how much I am getting. But loss availability. All my calculation in my mathematics, my common sense is very strong, and I am confident myself. Why I am doing first phase, second phase, third phase, phase-wise, and what I should do, what I have to do, what I have to sell, and what I have to give lease. All these things we made a plan along with my CFO. Then finally we agreed now. Next month we are starting. But see, I told the charity is not giving only donation. Our Mangalore is education hub. How many engineering colleges there? How many students every year? 8 students pass on the layer. Everybody wants Bangalore, Pune, Bombay, Hyderabad. In my Goldfinch city, where I am doing 1.6 million square feet, 16 lakh square feet, minimum I can give job of 40,000 to 50,000 engineering students. But only confidence. We have to do the marketing. Ice ko pattar bano, pattar ko ice bano. This is what we should require. Astu ಆತ ಸುಲಭಡು ಆತ್ಮಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೊಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಮಣಿಪಂದು ಕುಲ್ರೆ ಆಪಚೆ. Something is in my mind. I think you will come to know shortly. And another thing is in my native place. Include company Washogo, almost all 25 crores we are doing only charity. One day we are distributing 7.5 crores, December 25th. Mangalore, Udupi, 2 districts, almost all 3,000 families. Application 4,000 families. But I was a students will learn. First, Monal were month on the scrutiny month on their application. It include I was a students parda. I was a students, but in application scrutiny month. At 75 to 80% mostly select up. ಆಗಲಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಾಗ ಕಾರು ಕಾಡಪಡ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಾರ್ದು ಆಗಲಿನ ಗೋಲ್ಫಿಂಚ್ ಚಿಟಿ ಲೆತ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅವ್ರು 1 ಗಂಟೆದ ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲಿಯ ಎಂಟರ್ಟೈನ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಯ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಪ ಆಗಲಿ ಬತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಿರಲ್ಲ ಉಣಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ದು ನಲ್ಪ ಕೌಂಟರ್ಡ್ ಆಗಲಿ ದುಂಬೆ ಕೌಂಟರ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಟೋಕನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಪಂಪು ಆ ಟೋಕನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಚೆಕ್ ಪತ್ತಂಪ ಹೋಗ್ತು ವಾಪಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮುಟ್ಟವನ್ನ 1 ದಿನದ ಎಂಕಲ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ 7.5 lakhs ವ್ಯಾಸ್ಕೊಂಡು including ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೂ ಶೈಕ್ಷಣಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೂ ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಕ್ಕೂ. This is what we have to do. Include Maltandurla. I think it's not an ಆಡಂಬರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ಬಿನತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಒಂದುಂಡು ಬಹುಶಃ ಪಾಕಿದಾರಿಗೆ ಮಾದರಿ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಉಂಟು. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ರಿಯಲಿ ಫಾರ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಮಾದರಿ ಅವ್ರ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಉಂಟು. ಒಂಜಿ ಉದ್ದೇಶದ ಒಂದು ಮಲ್ತೊಂದುಲ್ಲ. ಕೇಶವ್ ಶೆಟ್ರೆ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ವೆರಿ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಟು ಯು. I think, as you said, 2020, you have given me the best Punts Achievers Award, 2020. That's also Nitin Gadkari was there and Sadananda Gowda Arlait there. Agulenka award ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಿ. So I not forget that award. ಬಟ್ ಏನ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿದವಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಕೊಂಚ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ತಿಕ್ಕಿ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲದ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಖುಷಿ ನರೊಂಜಿಚ್ಚಿ ಅವಾರ್ಡ್ ಮಸ್ತ್ ತಿಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿದವಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಮೈ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಇಸ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಬಿಗ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಟು. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಅವು ಪನ್ನೊಂದು ಪೌಡ ಮಸ್ತುಂಡು. ಸೊ ಐಕೆ ಪಣ್ಣಿ ಅದು ಎವ್ರಿ ಮಾತಿರ್ನ ಅಗಲಗಲ್ಲ ಲೈಫ್ಡು ಅಗಲಗಲ್ಲ ಬದುಕಿಡು ಇಂಚಿನ ಒಂಜೊಂಜಿ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಉಪ್ಪುಂಡು. ಬಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಬಿಷನ್ ಬೋರ್ಡು ಓವರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಬಿಷನ್ ಅತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಆಲ್ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಬಣ್ಸಿನ ಅಂತ ಒಟ್ಟಾದ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ವಂಡರ್ಸ್. ಖಂಡಿತ ಅಚೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಒಟ್ಟಾಂಡ ಮತ್ತು ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟು ಪೋಯಿ ಕುಡಂಜಿ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಐ ವಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ಒನ್ ಗುಡ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ಐ ವಾಸ್ ವಿತ್ ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್, ಅವರ್ ಆನರೇಬಲ್ ಡೆಪ್ಯೂಟಿ CM of Government of Karnataka, last 1 month back. And I told him, ತುಳುನಾಡು ಕೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಈ ವ್ಯಾಪಾರ ಮುಲ್ತ ಬುದ್ಧಿವಂತರು ಅಗುಲು ಮಗಳು ಪುಗರೊಂದುಲ್ಲಾರು ದಾಲ ಮಲ್ಪಡುತ್ತೆ and I requested him. He told very clear. Last 1 week back he told me, ಶೆಟ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆವು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಕೋಸ್ಟಲ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ 3 ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು, ಉಡುಪಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಾರವಾರ ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಹಬ್ ಮಾಡೋದಂತ ನಾವು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಐ ಆಸ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಹಿಮ್, ಟೂರಿಸಂ ಹಬ್ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ವಾಟ್ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್? What is the benefit? Ultimately, end of the day, what will be benefit you will get? No, you will break the policy. ನಾವು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಪಾಲಿಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇನ್ಸೆಂಟಿವ್ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮಂತ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ. on behalf of Government Karnataka. I think D.K. Shivakumar and Honorable Tourism Minister H. K. Patil ಅವರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದರೆ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇನ್ವಿಟೇಷನ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನೀವು ಬನ್ನಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತೃಭೂಮಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತೃಭಾಷೆ. ನಾನು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ಆ ಊರು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗದಂಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿ, ತಾಯಿ ಪೇರೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ, ಕಲ್ಚರ್, ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮುಂದಿನ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಮಾದರಿಯಾಗುವಂಗೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ, ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದು ನಾವು ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಂಡಾಗ, ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಾಗ, ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ಸೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಏನು ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾತೃಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಾಗಲಿ. ವಂದನೆಗಳು. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Requesting Mr. K.C. Shetty, Mr. S.B. Shetty, Srinath Shetty, and Mr. Bharat Shetty to felicitate our Prakashana here on stage. Seneca had said, it's attributed to Seneca, that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. So for most of us, it's very easy to sit back and attribute it to luck. And what we see as an overnight success, many a time, is years and years of keeping the person awake with a dream and making sure it's worked. And Prakashana spoke about common sense, and that's when I remembered this quote, which says, knowledge tells us that the tomato is a fruit, and common sense tells us not to use it in the fruit salad. Moving on to somebody now who has a lot of it, a first-generation enterprise, Suprajit Engineering started as a small-scale unit in 1985, and today it has grown to a listed company on the BSE and NSE. With multiple acquisitions in cable and halogen lamp space, Suprajit is now a global leader in mechanical control, cable systems, halogen bulbs, with marquee customers like, I don't know which one to leave, BMW, Audi, Mercedes, Jaguar, Tesla, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Land Rover, Honda, etc. Suprajit has 25 strategically located manufacturing units, along with tech centers and warehouses in India, China, USA, Mexico, UK, Hungary, Slovenia, Luxembourg, Morocco, and Germany. The main tech center in Bangalore has 150 plus engineers and 50 plus patents, providing strong innovation and R&D support to the group's global requirements. Amongst the many awards, the man behind it, Mr. Ajit Rai, was honored with is the Karnataka Rajyotsava Award by the Government of Karnataka in recognition of his significant contributions to industry and society. Requesting Mr. Ajit Kumar Rai, Chairman, Suprajit Engineering Limited, to share his journey from vision to legacy, my entrepreneurial journey.
Prakashanna, Divanna, Chandranna, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today in front of you. I had the occasion to be in Bombay some time ago, and I also had the pleasure of being honored by my own community, which has been the real recognition of the journey that I had and the company had. And it's wonderful to hear Prakashanna today, how modest he is in his achievements. And to translate what he said, I also keep saying this. It's only 5% luck, it is 95% hard work. That's exactly what he said. And I believe it in strongly that we all get our breaks but how we utilize our breaks is what is more important. And that's what leads to us to where we are. When I spoke to Divanna and Chandranna, they said I should talk about a little bit about my own entrepreneurial journey, what vision I had when I started and where we are today, and how we are planning to convert our vision to our legacy as we pass on the baton to the next generation. So that's the thought process with which I prepared a presentation, but I think it is closer to dinner time, and it's probably better to make it as short as possible, but I would certainly cover the slides that I have prepared for this today's presentation. The presentation is actually in two stages, two parts. One is how when I started my business, or way back when I was very young, what vision I had, and what is the strategy that I adopted to achieve that vision. And the second part is about legacy. Today, hearing what Prakashan has done and the kind of legacy he has created and he will leave behind for the next generation. He talked about his son taking it over. I think that's what we are actually talking today. As in our own businesses, we have achieved what we have achieved. How are we leaving behind our achievements for the next generation and for the next in society will recognize and remember? I think that is the journey we are all in. So that's the presentation that I have for the day. And of course, the second part of it is about succession planning. In fact, I spoke about succession planning in Bombay when I was there last year. I think this is probably a condensed version of it to fit the timeline. I'm going back to 1985. I was a fresh postgraduate engineer. What was my vision? My vision was to build my own destiny in those days. I'll give a little more about it in this next slide of mine. I did my engineering in India. I belong to a very modest middle-class family. We were 4 siblings, and my father had a hard time to find money to study us. I still remember we are all at one time, all the 4 of us in our hostel, and the trouble he had to fund us. And I will never forget, he told me one thing: I'll do whatever it required to make sure you all graduate. The rest is all in your hands. And the hard work he had, those who are remember those days, the Tenancy Act took everything that we had, and he was in an absolute difficult stage. He was the jamindar with no jameen. So I can never forget those days, what my father has said. I think, again, Prakashan has talked about the parents and the blessings that we have from them. I think that has, stood the test of time in creating what vision I had and how we are able to go through that vision. After engineering, lot of people in those days, I'm talking about 80s, everybody went to US or Canada or wherever, was to study, get a degree, get a job, and settle down. 99 out of 100 have stayed back. But when I went after my engineering, I was a good student. I didn't have to burden my father. I took a loan of 25,000 rupees from Canara Bank. And that was enough to buy my air ticket one way to Canada and $1,000 in my pocket. Fortunately, my university gave me a full scholarship because I was a good student. And that helped me to, but the reason I went was not so much as, I wanted to go to US or Canada and settle down. I think I was a ranked student in India, but am I as good in the world? I think that's what I was looking at. As a graduate student, was I as good as anybody else in the world? I think that was the main thing that I was in my mind. I did my master's. I had a job in the US. I had a job in Canada. But I think I gave a bombshell to my family when I said I want to come back after my master's. I gave a bombshell to my friends who were all there in the US, said that, Ajit, are you a bloody fool? You have a job, take the job, settle down. What you have in 1980s, as you all know, economic reforms of India started in the 90s. And it was a complete license large. And they were all saying, you are a bloody fool to go back. My family said, stay back, work for a few years, make some money, because we were all from a very middle-class family. But I said, no, I want to do something on my own. I want to build on my own destiny. So I came back, again, everybody said that, please work for 2 hours, get some experience, and then start an industry. Because I never worked. So I said, no, the moment you get into that rigmarole, you probably will end up to be there, where you started as an employee of another organization. So we went to TVS. That was the time when a lot of these Japanese joint ventures were happening in India, and TVS was importing certain parts, lots of parts, and they said, we want to localize. And they gave me an opportunity to make cables. That one of the things that we're importing from Japan in those days. And I said yes. And the entire project cost, we estimated at that time, thanks to TVS. TVS has been a great supporter to us in those days, and they continue to be one of my best customers. Although they are not they're still in the top 10, but they were 100% customers to me at one point. They gave me a support, and we started this business, and I had to raise 6 lakhs as an equity to finance that entire project of 60 lakhs. I had to go to every uncle and aunt and nephew and friend and brother, father, everybody, to get that 5,000, 10,000 rupees to make up that 6 lakhs. And I'll talk a little bit about what that little investment was. And with that, the entire my dream of doing something on my own started. Supriya is my dear wife, and that's how the name came up. And this is what I just wanted to highlight this point that, the normally trodden path in those days was to stay back. And I took a different one. And today when I look back, it has made lots of difference, not only to me and my family, an enormous ecosystem of stakeholders have been benefited by what we did in the last 40 years. But you can have a vision, but you also have to have a strategy. Without a strategy, no vision can be realized. So all through the years, then, today, and tomorrow, I think Suprajit's, I would say, strategy to execute what we want to do is to de-risk our business in multiple ways and continue to grow profitably. Again, take what Prakashanna said, top line is not important. Profitability is important. So we said both, we need to grow our business, we need to be profitable. I think this is one slide I'll spend a little time. Every one of this story between 1985 and today has many side stories and beautiful internal, what I would call milestones. But when I started in 1985, I was supplying to one company, one product, one location, a small little factory in Bommasandra. And we didn't even have a brand of Suprajit. Nobody knew what Suprajit was. I mean, today probably people at least in automotive business know, not only in India, everywhere in the world, what we are and who we are. We didn't even have a brand, actually. But what we did subsequently was a continuous de-risking and growing profitably. That philosophy we adopted at every step. For us, from two-wheelers to three-wheelers to passenger vehicles in India to global passenger vehicles, and then going beyond automotive to non-automotive businesses, I think that is one de-risking we did. One single product to a single customer. Today, no customer of mine is 10% of my business. So again, from customer list, from TVS was a great customer then and a great customer today. I would say an anchor customer all through our lifetime in this business. But as we progressed, we got even bigger customer than actually TVS. So today, TVS is not the top customer really, but probably the most favored and most, I would say, loved customer of ours. So we progressed in our customer de-risking. And then we said, again, one place, why only in Bangalore? Why one only, okay, we're talking about products. We started with just making cables. Today, Suprajit has a bouquet of products, right from speedometers, electronics, digital clusters, to halogen lamps, to braking products, to electromechanical actuators. So we de-risked our components from one to multiple. Again, the underlying story is the same. It's de-risking and growing profitably. Again, of course, today we are in 8 states. From the one little plant we had in Bommasandra, it's all now. Actually, my original plant was in plot number 100. We recently demolished that entire plant, are bringing up a beautiful technology center in Bangalore to cater to our global requirements. So this is the kind of journey we had. And then once we came to be the India's largest cable maker, the question for me, again, from the point of view of de-risking is India, how do you de-risk India, right? It's also a de-risking issue. India makes, let's say today, 4 million passenger vehicles, but the global production is 80 million. Do I want to be the number one in India, make it for the 5 million or 4 million cars, or do I want to be a big player in the global market making 80 million cars? The answer was obvious. So that's how, where from in the last 10, 15 years, we went from an aggressive domestic growth by putting up plants. We have 18 plants in 8 states in India. That has been enlarged into acquisition mode, where in India we grew aggressively, organically, whereas the global ambition of our company was done through multiple acquisitions. We have done 8 acquisitions. That has helped us to make a footprint today, which is probably unmatched by any automotive cable makers, because globally we are still big in cable, we are the top 2 in the world today, is how we are able to service our customers better than any of our competition. So I think that is what the thing that we set it up. From the brand which is unknown today, Suprajit has some name. Beyond that, in the automotive industry, if you look at a Phoenix, it is known in the halogen lamps business. If you look at in the US, Westcon is a very well-known non-automotive brand. So these are very important steps that we took to sort of de-risk our business and grow profitably. I'll just tell one story, beyond, going aggressively on capacity expansion. On acquisition, every one of these stories has a very interesting background. We were the third largest, we became second largest cable makers in India somewhere in early 2000. And the third largest cable maker in India, I knew him very well, Mr. Shah, who had started the business probably 10, 15 years even before me. And one fine day he calls me, Ajit, I want to come and, he is much older to me. He said, Ajit, I want to come and meet you in Bangalore. I said, sure, Mr. Shah, please come. What is the matter? No, I'll come and meet you, let's have lunch. I said, okay. So I still remember meeting him in our Taj residency on MG Road. There is a Chinese restaurant. I had a lovely lunch with him, and we talked only about general business. What are you doing? What am I doing? I'm still wondering, what is he come all the way from Bombay to see? I said, I will come and see you in Bombay, but he said, no, I'll come to Bangalore and see you. And after all that is over, then he said, Ajit, I have something to say. I said, sure, Mr. Shah. And this is between you and me. I said, yeah, sure, it's between you and me. He said, look, my son, his son also studied in US, did his master's, came back, joined father's business, got married into, people from Bombay will know, Coalsite Industries. And he had some other interest in business, not so much in father's business, because in that conversation, Mr. Shah told me that my son doesn't want to dirty his hands. Manufacturing is dirtying your hands, right? So he was setting up an internet portal, whatever he wanted to do. Ajit, I don't want to leave my business in lurch and go. I want to hand it over to somebody. I'm talking about legacy here, actually. He said, look, I want to leave a legacy. I want to give it to somebody who can take it forward in the right way. And I know the other competitors in this business, and I know you are the right person to take it over. And I was so, it was such a good, feeling that a competition feels the same about you. Then, of course, the story is that, we didn't have a, merger and acquisition divisions like we have today, but it was only me and two of my assistants who went to Wapi, their Gujarat plant, and Bombay, there in Kandivali, they had an office and did a due diligence in 3 days, and I agreed. But the question of trust that he came to me, and the trust I'm just completing this story, is that he said, end of this thing, we came to, in those days, he was doing some 10 crores of business. The business value was assigned at 5 crores. I still have that sale agreement, so I still remember it so well. I said, Mr. Shah, this is agreed, this is the right price. You agree, I agree. But I don't have 5 crores. We are still very small in those days. Mr. Shah, you believe me, you come with trust to me. I'm telling you in full confidence, and you can believe me in this. I can pay only 2.5 crores. That's all I can afford to pay. The next 2.5 crores, you don't expect me a bank guarantee and blah, 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 LC. I'll pay you over a year and every quarter 75 lakhs. And he agreed. I mean, talking about business, talking about trust, and talking about how you can do businesses sometimes. Today, we recently last year concluded a transaction, multiple geographies. The whole legal document is probably 400 pages. And I have not even seen it. It is my lawyer, my legal associates sitting in multiple countries who have drafted, my CFO signs. So what I'm saying, that life has changed. But why I'm coming back to the thing is that those days were the days when we're able to get those kind of trust and confidence in business. And that has helped us to grow the business over the period. Of course, these products, I think I've spoken about. Customers, I think you spoke about, so I don't want to go into that. I think what's important is that today, either as a tier 1 or as a tier 2 or a tier 3, we probably supply to every customer in the world in one way or the other. Major ones, at least the top 10 automotive customers. And probably we supply to about 100 to 125 automotive plants in the world. So that is, and let me also complete this by saying, for some of those products, we are a single source. That means if one cable does not go to the Ford plant or a GM plant or an Audi plant in wherever it is, their line will shut down. That's as simple as that. So how did we develop that is with the kind of footprint that we developed over the period of the last 15, 20 years. I think that is very important. Nobody sitting in, let's say, Germany wants to know what the problem we have in manufacturing in India, in our Indian plant. They want to talk to somebody in Germany and want an answer from somebody in Germany. So we needed to have a footprint by which business development, engineering services, sales and marketing happens in the front end, and the manufacturing happens where it is required, based on, again, customer's requirement. What we have developed in the process today is, if a customer wants a product, if a German wants a product to be made in Europe, we have a Hungary plant. If he wants it to be close to their plant, but not necessarily low cost, we have a Morocco plant, which is just 2 days sailing time from Germany. Or if they really want a low cost, I can offer them in China or from India. But it's up to the customer. So idea is, make customer the king, and that will decide, for them to decide where we want to make. And there is a cost structure. Different plants, different cost, which is very open to them. You can't expect an Indian cost in a German plant, which is not possible. And we are able to prove that, and customer has been. So today, when the global business in automotive is not growing, we are comfortably growing at 15 to 20% of our business, because somebody else is losing the business because they don't have the reach that we have. Again, another interesting slide. When I started, I think we had one customer, and it was 100% in motorcycles. Today, when you go back, from the 98% motorcycle in 90s, We are today only 28% in motorcycles. That means we have de-risked the business. Globally, automotive is the big business. So that business has grown, which was nothing in 90s, is today about 38%. Similarly, we developed new businesses like non-automotive. In the aftermarket, we established our product. So we have de-risked the business into multiple segments to make us robust and able to take the global shocks. Today, let me also say this. Whether it is a US tariff or Ukraine war or Middle East conflict, it is all affecting our business. But because of the robustness of the business, we are still standing tall in front of those, in spite of those challenges that we have. Of course, I don't want to say much about the business growth. It has been an exceptional, rise in business over the years. But what is important is, on a overall, over the years, we have been able to grow the business at a CAGR, we talked about de-risk and grow profitably. Our growth has been about 30-35% annualized. Our profitability, EBITDA, also has been similar number over the years. But what is more important, this is another interesting part, is that it is not about creating wealth for myself. Yes, thanks to the great work of the team, we have grown very profitably. But it is the 75,000 shareholders who are also benefited. If somebody has invested just in one share of Suprajit in 2003, when we first got listed at NSE and BSE, which is at 35 rupees, that one share has become 40 shares, and the current value of that with all the dividends that we have paid, it is 550 times over the last 20 years. That wealth has been created not just for me or my family or my close family members who invested 5,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees are all multimillionaires today because of the growth that we had over the period. So this is where I come about again what Prakash Anna has done so beautifully in his business, is that creating a legacy. It is not only about me, it's about us, it's about creating a legacy for the society, for what we have done and what we are going to leave behind. I think this is the beginning of that legacy, I believe, for creating wealth. That is one of the legacies, but I suppose there will be many more as we go forward. We also celebrated our 40th year of existence. I mean, when I look back 40 years, when I came back to India, starting from a small scale unit, today with our presence physically in at least 10 countries, and so, as I said, supplying to 100 or 125 plants globally, we are, in a sense, in our own small way, an Indian multinational, headquartered in India, present globally in our business. So I think that is the legacy that we are creating, and I think that is what is going to continue as the next generation takes it up to make sure that the de-risking and growing profitable journey continues. Some thoughts. I think it's important to have a great team to execute any vision. It's important to have a strategy. It's important to have the team. It's also important to change with times. I think it's something that many people say that, no, I can't move to Bombay, I cannot change this, I don't want to be in Bangalore, I want to be in Delhi. No, I think you need to see what the customer wants, because ultimately, customer is the king, who is the one who is going to give you businesses. I'll go to a little bit about the succession planning, which is the second part of my presentation. Without a succession planning, how will you continue the great work that you all have started? It's good to be a great lawyer, great doctor, great industrialist, or whatever, unless you think that, okay, after my time, I'm shutting my shop. Then it's okay. But if you think that your businesses have to continue, you need to plan in advance. I think that's all about succession planning. By doing that in time, I think you'll also be able to pass on properly, and the people in your next generation or the stakeholders will remember, this Mr. So-and-so was there and he did the right job, and today, things have been so good for everybody who are connected with that business. Why did this all start? You know, some of you will know this. Dhirubhai is one of the phenomenal entrepreneurs of this country, and the saga is well known. He died intestate, and he didn't leave a will. And you know the problems that this created between the two brothers, because father has not told exactly how it should be done. They fought. Ultimately, the mother and Mr. Kamath, as I know, settled the so-called dispute, split the two businesses into two pieces. And you know now what happened to one piece and what happened to the other piece. If it was together with a proper succession planning, I think the business would have been 3x or 4x or 5x. But it didn't happen. So this is what I was trying to say. I think it's important to have a proper succession plan. I remember talking about this in Bombay, so let me again, nobody needs to raise the hand, but let me ask a question to yourself, to your own consciousness. How many of you have written a will? I'm sure all of you. I don't want a hand. I just want this to be yourself, because I think it's my belief that 50% in this room have not written their wills. I wrote my first will when I was 43 or 44. Of course, I have revised, things have changed, so obviously it needs to change. But I have done more than that. I'll speak about it a little bit. But I think it's an essential part for the next generation to know what my father or mother wanted when they were alive, so that at least they will respect, if they have respect for the parents. There are three parts of, I'll just talk about this a little bit. Being a public company, we have a board. The succession planning in board is also important. But I think there are only few probably listed companies here, so I won't talk about board succession planning. But I'll talk about the management and family succession planning a little bit. This is our structure. Just to give an idea, if you look at it, it looks more like a pyramid. You will see multiple international faces in this graph. But what I'm trying to say is that this, like pyramid, is so strong, according to us, is that if any 2-3 of these pyramid pieces are removed, nothing is going to happen to the organization. But if your organization is dependent solely on you, or 1 or 2 of you, I think you are risking your entire enterprise. This is what, again, a de-risking is concerned. This is what talking about management succession planning. Today, maybe at the top pyramid, it is me, our CEO, and Akhilesh, who are the key decision makers. But everyone is a level where there is a solid level behind them to support them. So this helps us whenever there is a management crisis. Today, anything, I don't get a call today unless it's a crisis, which never has happened in probably last. When I go to office, there are issues we discuss. But then I'm sure some of them who are key men in your organization must be talking on your mobile all the time in the day, trying to resolve issues. I think that is what about succession planning. Of course, at the family side of succession planning is a much more complex issues. Some of the larger families here would probably know about it. I spoke about succession planning first time when my last son was in his 11th standard in Aditi. He didn't even understand what succession planning. Only Akhilesh has probably just joined the business. I said, look, this is what has happened in some of the families. I don't want that to happen in my family. Let's have an, open discussion. So, of course, before doing that with my family, I have done, for example, those who are in CII, they have a family business networking subgroup, which is a wonderful one. There are business schools like ISB, where I am connected with their family business programs. There is quite a few of these places where do wonderful programs. I think it's important to understand succession through some of these books I just mentioned for you to read, probably to help you to understand what succession means and how you should go about. But as I said earlier, writing a will is the first good step. we took about 10 years. We have a very detailed, I would say family constitution, which covers most of these things. If it's a simple thing, you just have to give you a couple of your assets to your children, okay, simple will is fine. If you're a proprietor, if you're a family business, small business, but an outside, partner who is wanting to be there as a part of this business, or if you've got multiple family members, cousins, uncles are involved, a simple family charter, maybe 2-3 page document says how it should be disposed of or handed over. I think that's probably is a good way. But for more complex families, particularly where the stakeholders are high, particularly maybe a public company, where, as I said, we have 75,000 shareholders, we have a responsibility to our stakeholders. So we need to make sure that there is a proper successful planning. We have of course, this is all disclosed in the public domain, a family constitution in place, a family business board is in place, a family trust is in place, where we have transferred all our, publicly listed enterprises equity into that, so that it continues for generations and hopefully doesn't get into the kind of saga we saw with the Ambani family. I don't want to talk much about this. I think time is short. But what I am trying to say is that when you go into a complex situation, there is a part which will look after the family side of the larger family. There is a business side of the family, which will only some of them will be getting involved. Now, of course, if you want to move all your assets to a trust, there is a trust, and the trust manages all the assets, incomes, distribution of income, and how it will be passed on to the next generation. It's a very complex thing. So we went through this, I think, over almost 5-6 years before this was all finalized and approved and signed off by all the family members. I would like to talk towards the end of this, my talk today is about the dilemma that we as entrepreneurs or business owners have. The first and foremost thing is that it is lonely at the top. As a business owner, with whom are you going to talk about your deepest, most worries? You can't talk about your general manager in your office or your executive assistant in your office. You need a friend, you need a mentor, you need an advisor whom you can trust, not somebody who has a commercial interest in your enterprise, completely a third party. To give you some inputs as to how and what can be done for the dilemma you are in. I think that's very essential, because it's really lonely at the top and you have nobody to really share your thoughts. The other thing is about letting go. We think that we are the best. I am the best in everything. Sorry, I think it's a complete fallacy. When I was very small, I was the purchase manager, production manager, quality manager, finance manager, and everything. But I can never be king of any of those. So today, a large organizations, if you really want to do it, you have to bring professionals to run it. There has to be checks and bounds. There's no question about it. But if you think you are the best in whatever you are doing and there's nobody else in the world is better than you, I think you are all wrong. Another ego is I am the best, that, it's something your heart will not let you go. I think that is something that you need to deal with. Again, in bigger organizations, scheme and risk. If that man is not there, tomorrow the organization won't run. It's the biggest risk you are taking. You need to de-risk that as well. The other thing many a times is we kick the can down the road. We say that, oh, I have no time to think, read, talk, meet people to how to, do this planning for the next generation. I think you need to find time. And the time is now, I believe. And then I think you all will look at this in your own times. And ultimately, it's our bounden duty to do this in our generation. Because I don't think the next generation will have the same kind of hold to make sure that everybody in that family will be able to agree on anything. So it is our duty, our bounden duty, to leave behind successful enterprises in better hands. So these are some of the thoughts that I have. And in the end, I think this is my last slide. you know, leaving behind footprints on the sands of time. I think that is what legacy is about. When you retire, when you, let's say, step down from whatever position it is, have you left it in the better hands? Have you left the place a better place than what it was when you were there? I think that's all about, you know, for us to look back, enjoy, and say that, yes, I have done this, and rest is not in our hands always. But I think if you have done this homework, I'm pretty sure we'll all leave the enterprises in a better place. So thank you very much for your time. I hope I have stayed within my timeline. Thank you.
Requesting Mr. K.C. Shetty, Mr. S.B. Shetty, Mr. Divakar Shetty, Anil Elinge, and Mr. Upendra Shetty to felicitate our amazing speaker. What an inspiring journey. Okay, for the rest of you, many of you haven't registered, so we'll be putting up a QR code. Kindly register so we can stay in touch and let you know, because you won't get to hear speakers like this very often. And the chamber is also planning to have mentors like them on board. So to get them on, please register via this QR code, scan it. And also, you have an option of becoming a member, silver membership, gold membership, and corporate membership. And today, there's a special discount of 15% on for 72 hours. If you're going to live, leave a legacy. Make an impact on the world that can never be erased, said Maya Angelou. Our next speaker, Dr. Satish Kumar Boja Shetty, the CNMD and founder of the Tunga Group of Hospitals, beginning with a relatively small 30-bedded nursing home in Meera Road. He dreamt of opening a cardiac multi-speciality institute, and he started it. Apart from Mumbai, Dr. Satish has started a new 100-bedded multi-speciality branch in HSR Layout, Bengaluru, Karnataka. The Tunga Group of Hospitals has now grown and recognized to be one of India's largest healthcare groups for providing world-class, affordable, safe, and quality care for all. Rightfully, he is the recipient of multiple awards and recognitions, and some of them interesting combinations. In 2019, he was awarded Youngest Healthcare Entrepreneur of the Year by Six Sigma and the Indian Army Chief at Delhi. 2022, Manipal Signa Award as Entrepreneur of the Year in Healthcare. And 2024, Dr. Satish Shetty has been awarded as the Best Batsman in the National Doctors Cricket League in the season ball tournament held at MGM Medical College, Aurangabad. A man who so beautifully blends work and play, now talking about building businesses without losing health and peace. At a time when we are talking mental health, I think this talk is important.
Good evening. Good evening, all. I think it's stomach-filling time, but I will not take much time. So, Namaste, Bengaluru. There is no voices coming up. Still, I would like to, just share this moment. Thanks, IBCCI, for having me here, and respected guests, Prakash Anna, and Mr. Ajit sir, Sudhakar sir, Kisi sir, and my own friends of IBCCI. It was just short days of notice to me. I met IBCCI, Mr. Srinath, and Mr. S.B. Shetty, and Kisi sir has promoted me here in this. So I would like to give you a glimpse on building business without losing health and peace, because already Ajit sir and Prakash sir has told you, I'm sure, I think, I felt like you have read my topic, I think, because you're giving a very nice speech, which is really impressing for the young generations. So I'll not take much time. Tunga Hospitals, Tunga is my mother's name, as every entrepreneur has named their companies in the name of family, and my wife, Dr. Divya Shetty, my brother-in-law, Umesh Shetty, director, Mr. Rajesh Shetty, and Pooja Shetty, and late Hariprasad Shetty. Our branches are in these 5 medical centers, and we are in joint venture with some of the diagnostic centers. And these are our heads. We have around 28 bunts who are managing 1,500 staffs. And I'm proud to say that we have 1,200 female staffs in Tunga hospitals. These are the achievements. I think I will move fast because there is no much time left behind. We have performed more than 10,000 bypass surgeries and completed 15,000 angioplasty, and these are all the low economy patients we have operated in Mumbai. And in Tunga has won the award for treating the bomb blast victim in 2006 and treating 5,000 patients in COVID. And we have managed 2 jumbo centers in Mumbai. This is our some sports achievements. That's for my doctors. I do take my doctors Sunday, half day with my doctors. So we have been a champions in sports since last 6 years. So this is football tournament also, we won it. So I'm going to give you a short presentation. As a business, we are all started the business with the proper guidelines, with the proper department. As Ajit sir told, he gave me the organograms, which is founder, chairman, the HR, the CEO, everyone you need to run a business. But any business without ethics is like Arjuna is without Sri Krishna. Once you are conscious of Sri Krishna, definitely the result is here. A real businessman is just like compared to cricket also. What exactly in cricket happens is a test cricket, a one day, and the T20. In the initial stage, you have to play 15 overs in a power play, and then you play like a very stable innings, and then you play to complete the innings. Similarly, business planning, pacing, timings are very important. Stability, consistency are the very key factor for this. I will come back to my topic. I was given for health and peace. Now, what is health? I'm not here to give you the details of the medicines or any disease, or it's nothing to do with that. I'm as a doctor, as a specialized in the intensive care unit, I see a lot of deaths because last 22 years of my journey in intensive care. Today we have been to, yesterday we have been to Scanray. There is a company who makes the ventilator. There was a lot of shortage of ventilators during the COVID. So he was saying there is a shortage of intensivists. So this is what we never had a shortage of intensivists in Mumbai. That's because we as a doctors, we produced more than 5,000 intensivists in Mumbai. Out of it, 1,000 intensivists I trained from Tunga Hospital. I'm very proud to announce this here. And hence, in the Mumbai was a very successful place for treating the COVID patients. Let's come back to the what is health and peace here. So ladies and gentlemen, 7,000 years back it is written in the book. Swasthasya swasthya rakshanam, aturasya vikara prashamanam. That means to maintain the health in the healthy and to treat the disease. These are the meanings of the health. So to maintain the health, you need to do some activities. You need to have a good friends. You need to have an association of like this IBCCI, very positive, very vibrant. You need to meet and greet people. You need to have a good business partners. As sir told that in business, finally, you are in the top position, but it is alone. But your conscious level makes you to success, and it will take to the higher level. Again, coming back to the peace. What exactly is the peace means? Does this peace influence the business? Yes, definitely it will influence your business. Any businessman who is running out of the peace, it's very difficult to success. I am sure the gentlemen are sitting in the front, they will agree me. So how exactly the peaceful situation comes in the business? Let's be a little spiritual here, because you're a businessman. I don't want to give examples of mine, because stalwarts are sitting in the front. I'll give the best examples what our spiritual books has told. To get a peace in this business or in the life or in the family or your work or in a profession, you have to uplift the soul. Now, where exactly the soul? Today, I was just discussing these things with some of my juniors of IBCCI. So he told that, sir, where is the peace? How can you follow this? Where it is written? And how can I read that? So I saw, to read or get the peaceful situation, you have to uplift the soul. Now, what is soul? You can see the one biker and one rich man is traveling. Either you or me, someone who is traveling in a car with a family. Suddenly, a bike comes and crashes his rear mirror. In the meantime, the owner of the car is very angry. Why these bikers are acting? Because acting so smart, they are rude. In the sense, I think I have seen many times, the bikers are dashing you and they are scolding you. So you just you're getting angry, and you just scold at him and saying that he will fall somewhere. Unnecessarily, he will trouble everyone, he will fall somewhere. After 5 minutes, this biker is falling. And now, you repent and take your word back. Why it is happening? Why did he fall? So you get down from the car. Of course, we all will do that. You get on the car and going to pick that boy. Why did you go fast, so fast? What is the reason? Now he says that, sir, my mother is admitted in the hospital. I need to rush to give some medicines because I got a call from the hospital. So immediately, a person like KC sir also, he is calling Tunga Hospital and saying that, Satish, someone is very serious, can you advise something? So this is what, the soul is uplifted. So this soul is always should be uplifted in your business, in your work, in your profession, in your family. Hence, with this soul you can forward peacefully in your business. Next, your brain is very important. The brain plays a big role in your business or in your, you can see that the brain, this is the brain, and here comes the spinal cord, and this is the structure of the brain through the functional MRI. Now what is brain? A brain which has got 3 parts. This is a top part, prefrontal cortex, and this is a midbrain, and this is a hindbrain, and there is a pituitary gland. Now I will not go deep into it. Why this top part is very important? Because in most of the animals, only this is generated. This is well developed. And in human, God had blessed to give us at the top part of the brain. And here the waves are generated. Now, how come the waves generated? Because whatever we take in, because brain has got a quality like anger, grief, it's written here, calm, krodh, bhay, matsari, isha. The brain has a quality of all these things. And when brain takes this krodh, there is a waves very poorly generated, and it passes to the second brain, and then passes to the third brain, and then it comes down, and through the pituitary gland, it sends a stimulation to your stomach, your thyroid, your thymus, your kidney, and your lungs. The waves are produced, which is recorded. Suppose any of the waves which is generated, this is the functional MRI. In the MRI, you can note that see the waves which is generated. So hence the functional MRI is very important to note that. Next, these are the qualities of the bodies, which we say that breathing, coughing, and urine motion, that's called mala mutra. This is the functions of the body, and functions of the brain I told you, and this is the brain in a normal shape. This is the area which will create a good waves. Now you can say that when this good waves is created, the good waves is created, it will give a good message here, and then the good message passes down, and then the good behavior comes in the physical form. Here, how to develop these good waves in the brain? How to develop this? Directly, a brain does not stimulate your body or the organs. Go to next. Next. How does the brain work in a business now? Now, as I told that upper brain, middle brain, lower brain, and then it is affecting your heart, kidney, and if you take a serious note on brain's stimulation, definitely it's going to create a problem for the kidney, heart, stomach. Now I will explain this, because brain sends a signal in 200 miles per hour throughout the neurons. If you want to lift a cup of tea, brain goes to all phases, like stimulation comes to the brain, here the waves produces, and then the second brain, and then the third brain. These are the neurons, the complex neurons in the brain, which we never, it works in the stage of 200 miles per hour. So very surprised. Brain doesn't understand the difference between the real and the imaginary activity. Example, today I am going to advise you the surgeries, and immediately the hormones will hijack you, and you will behave like that. Just now the surgery has finished, which is very bad. Because before doing surgery, your brain has given the stimulation to the parts of the body that all the organs has to suffer. Because of that, that is a proof that brain doesn't have a difference between the real and the imaginary. Like example, you are holding one, just imagine that you are holding a hot things, and after some time you feel that your hands are hot. Imagine you are standing in a dark room, your pupil gets constricted. Imagine you want to see the sun as a bare eye, your pupil gets dilated. That means whatever the brain thinks, it doesn't know that you are imagining it. So does the stress causes the same thing. What is stress? Stress is the imaginary program directed by you. You are giving a brain a wrong picture about your thoughts, about your imagination, and hence it's going to same way. First brain, second brain, third brain, and directly the stimulation passes to the kidney, heart, lungs, ovaries. You'll get a PCOD, you'll get a stomach upset. suprarenal glands, hypertension, and the blood pressure goes high. So then they cause the diseases. Now, how the brain reacts? How the brain reacts for the myth? You just see, it's the same as a washerman is there. He gives a signal to everyone that every time he says that, Sher aaya, Sher aaya, Sher aaya, and one day the real Sher comes, your people or surrounding or no one is ready. The same way, if you continuously take the stress, because brain doesn't have any the imagination of real and the false, and the brain really don't help when your organs needs the support from you. How does the brain react? Any businessman, I'm sure, worried for the shortage of supply. As everyone told, there is a lot of problems in the business, shortage in staffs, renewal of the license. These are all stressful. And what we do is, we plan one, we just imagine some of the troubles and we make brain a pressure, but brain thinks that, yes, my owner has some problem, I have to react, and this brain overreacts, and then it affects the liver, stomach, heart, kidney, and the disease is formed. Now, what is the remedy? Now, brain has got 60 trillion cells, and what is the program fixed to that? The brain has got 3 signals here, 1, 2, and it goes to the body. See, this is in the chakras, which is in the body. How it is affected, I'll tell you. Brain is our human body. Our human evolution came from the ape, caveman, and then we are human being here. Now what happened? How to overcome it? There is a spiritual way. There is a Ashtanga yoga you have to follow. And in yoga, these are the chakras. You can mention that. These are the chakras which is mentioned to come out of the stress, because you're surprised, the brain and the endocrine system, which is well balanced, and 7,000 years back, this is written in the textbook. See the level. See the level. This is a thyroid, thymus. This is a pancreas. This is a kidney. This is ovary or testicular. So whatever the brain stimulate gives, so these organs are going to suffer. Now, 7,000 years back, they have mentioned the chakras, and there is a way out for this to come out of the stress. There is a asana. We are doing physical postures. The pranayama, regulation of the breath, which is very important. What does the pranayama do? It gives the oxygen to the brain, and as I told, that brain has to produce good waves, and then the good waves go to the second brain, and then this part of the body is get stimulated. So these are some of the important place where you need to send the signals properly. If you don't send the signal, this is going to create, and most of the patients, because out of 100%, the 20% of the BP diabetes comes, it is because of the stress and the strain, and rest of the problem comes to the genetics and all. I'll move on to one more stage. We can control on brain by pranayam, breathing, oxygen into the brain with good. What are these waves? Alpha, beta, theta. Because there is a quite detailed studies it is. A brain produces alpha, beta, delta waves. And that comes here and then goes to the body. And the one more remedy is, which is well told in Bhagavad Gita. Now we are all Arjunas here. You can tell what is written in Bhagavad Gita. It is the same what we are explaining in the modern science. Now Arjuna was very confused. You all know that the first chapter Arjuna was very confused. Arjuna was not ready to fight with his brothers, as Sri Krishna told him that you have to fight. Why you have to fight? Because your brother Duryodhana has Kama, Krodh, Bhaya, Matsarya, Isha in the brain, and which is present in the brain and has hijacked his thought. Hence, he has become Rakshasa. So again, he is not ready. He is not ready to kill his brother, fight with his brother. So again, there is a shloka called Dhyayate Vishayan Pumsa Sangastopajayate Sangat Sanjayate Kamam Kamam Krodho Vijayate Krodhat Bhavat Sammohaha. That means from the anger, Duryodhana was not listening at all. From the anger, these are the delusion occurs and he is not able to take the proper decisions. So hence, you have to kill Duryodhana. Now, friends, in our body there is a vagus now. You can see that. This is a vagus now. This is responsibility or reaction. You have to keep this now very cool and calm. In medical study also, it is proved that whenever the patient's heart rate goes high, we give a small massage to the neck, and that gives a better care. The heart rate comes down, the BP comes down, the body gets settled down. So this is a vagus now. Whenever you have some time, you can study this vagus. Wonderful, because all the asanas, all the pranayamas, all the bandhas, all the chakras are depend on this, because vagus now means rest and digestion, and the opposite is fight, flight, and freeze. Because when your body is not in balance, your body is trained just for fight, flight, and balance. You get angry, that this area of the brain sends a signal to the body. Your body has got some emergency, and without informing this top brain, without forming the proper waves, the second brain leads the body and it causes a disease, and which shadows the vagus now. So you have to do the activities whichever causing a vagus now tone. That is a vagal tone. Vagal tone you have to improve. That is by singing, karaoke, you read books, read Gita, and any holy books, you go for a dancing, go for a swimming. All these activities will increase the vagal now tones. And the last we have to say, audit. Every businessman audits their business. Here also, the brain has to be audited. Every brain has to be audited. He should be aware of how he is aware of the business activities. Same way, every brain system required audit. Sit quietly in a calm place. Start breathing. That's pranayama. Then slowly you will learn the meditation. Most of them are asking questions, what is meditation? Some said me that it's keeping quiet. You're not allowed to think. No. If I say, my friend, anyone, sit in meditation and just don't think of, money. Throughout the meditation, you will find the money only. There is no other way. I will say what is meditation. It's like watching your thoughts and feelings. Can you see the Shilpa Shetty, how she's sitting? Sorry. See our Shetty girl, she's meditating for the mental health, how she had mental torn body, because the brain is very sharp. She produces alpha, beta, theta, it goes down, and she's all healthy. If you really want to maintain the healthy, do pranayam, do meditation, study what is meditation. Don't sit unearly for the irrelevant meditation. Don't sit in a wrong position. There is a way out. There is a science under it. The meditation means you have to sit. Meditation means you have to sit in a calm place and accept it as it is. Suppose if you put a camera in the sky, throughout the day, if you record the cloud, if you make fast it, immediately so many clouds is going to come. So that is acceptance. Same way the feelings used to come, thoughts used to come, and you have to just get rid of it. You have to have a forgiveness in their body, in the mind. So it's like watching image clouds, sky, and you are just recording it and it's forgetting it. For example, there is a Vipassana. Vipassana means just to watch it. See, these are the important things businessman or any individual should follow in their life. Like that, what thought is given by Buddha, it's very important. He has given a great lecture on how to maintain the body cool and keep your brain cool. And he is the one who taught us so many things about the meditation. I wish all of us do it and maintain it. Now the conclusion, as Sir told that, both of the Sir, Prakashana and Ajit Sir has mentioned it. I told that inbuilt they have spiritual in them. That's a wonderful thing. We bunch are following it. Karmanye daristo ma phaleshu kadanchana ma karma phale hetur bhume sangat karmani. Matlab, you have to right to perform your prescribed duties. Don't expect the end duties. Just go on doing it. And it should be a chance. As Prakashana and Ajit Sir told, KC Sir also told that it should be helpful for the society, helpful for the community. At the end, what you have done for your community and society is very important. And these are the thoughts of some of the Bhagavad Gita, which is very essential to come out. Every human needs health, professional, business, good job, and success. But we all are confused like Arjuna. We need ethics in the life, conscious, train your brain with meditation, always keep uplift the soul. Atma, conscious, observe your thoughts, audit your brain. This will give you the strength to solve the problems. And then you will get the success. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Requesting Mr. Balakrishna Shetty, C.A. Shankar Shetty, and Nishit Shetty to join the speaker and felicitate him for such an amazing talk. Talking about the Bhagavad Gita and the mind and the food there and the drinks there, I'm sure we need to remember this. Uddared atmanatmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva hyatmano bandhuhu atmaiva ripuratmanaha, which means elevate yourself through your own efforts and not degrade yourself, for the mind can be a very good friend and also the enemy of the self. Another one speaker we have with an initial investment of 14,000. He started Fiber Foils Limited in 1969 as a specialized paper packaging company with a wide range of products like composite cans, fiber drums, paper cores, paper sleeves, textile tubes, and film cores, supplying to all leading companies globally. Having plants in Maharashtra, Rajasthan, and Karnataka, the company has received several accolades for the development of innovative packaging and export performance. Ladies and gentlemen, it's nice when there's only one speaker speaking, so we request you to maintain silence so that those who are interested can listen to the speaker. The rest of you can meditate. Okay? That really helps, is what we just heard. The Shetron Limited was incorporated in 1980 and commenced production in 1984 in metal packaging like processed food cans and dry cell battery covers, lug caps, conny pails, and supplying to all leading brands and all exporting substantial volumes overseas as well. The Sansha System Limited, established in 1987, specialized in the design and manufacturing of press tools and sheet metal components. What is lovely to see is, having a plant in Bangalore and Mumbai, Shetron received Excellence in Quality Awards in IMDA, that's the International Metal Decorators Association, and got listed in 1994 on the BSC. Inviting Mr. Divakar Shetty, Chairman Shetron Limited, and Fiber Foils to now share his thoughts. A big round of applause, because after this, we are going for dinner. So kindly maintain silence and a little restfulness while you listen.
Sorry. Can you tell me? Yeah. Put this forward. I think I'm also in a hurry. All I want to see that we quickly run and do not go about the stories. Let me tell you, I am from the small village, came from after my high school studies. That 62, there was no college at all around, either Mangalore or Udupi, which we couldn't afford it. My next natural was my elder brother was in Bombay, and two brothers were already settled in Bombay. Not settled, they've been working on this. So for me, Bombay was a natural. Most of the time, our time, Mata Uru Dagligla, ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಮತ್ತು ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ದಾಗಲು ಪೂರ ಹೋಪಿನ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಾಂಬೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಬತ್ತು ಬಕ್ಕ ಶುರುವಾತಿಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಬನ್ಸ್ ಆದಾಗ ಅವು ಹೋಟೆಲ್ದಾಗಲು ಅಗಳು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮಾತ್ರ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ ಮಾತಾಡಲು ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಮೂವ್ ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಮೀ ಇಸ್ 63 to 65 I was in Bombay for college study morning and evening. There is a 6 o'clock college starts up to 9, then go to the work, then again 6 in the evening, go up to 9 o'clock, college. So you can both, you could do it, somebody's. So for me, I was lucky that time when my brother was there, already was working in Mallavanje British company, he started a small office type business, started with him. For me, it was a natural to go on, spend time and study what he's doing in the business. Yeah, and I was working with him at least 3 years till I studies. Then I saw that it's a very, very small business. There was no space. Opportunity, chance. Better I go for the job. I was very, very lucky. Yeah, at time I got a very good job in the British Indian Insurance. That was, the job was good salary, I got it, but unfortunately did not satisfy, it was indoor job. Within 6 months I left, I started looking outdoor jobs. Just for I was lucky, I would say that they saw the luck came to me. I got a job in the one German company, small German company, was supplying machineries for the pharma companies. So as a salesman, started going everywhere and got a contact in most of the pharmaceutical company selling. Other guy got a confidence of meeting customers. So one worst part of that in my machinery selling, once you sell the machine, you can't sell again to him. You have to find new customers. Where do I go? How? So Bombay could reach almost all customers. Very rarely people, our time, but they buy machines, very careful. Financially was a big problem. During that time, I saw the purchase managers used to see the regular purchase. How do I got into the packaging? I just want to background how do I get into packaging? Then I said, it's not possible at all to sell machine. I can't go on finding new customers. Within 6 months, I saw that I will get into a packaging business. How do I get it? Just started I told earlier also, I had a 16 rupees of my own. I just printed a card, business card, and letterhead, and care of address of in the one printing press. So next day onwards, I became a salesman to entrepreneurs straight. So that was my beginning, and it was 3 years I struggled out, lot of struggling out, that going to packaging fellows, in printing or carton manufacturer or any box manufacturer, get and give it to him, but hardly any scope to make money. But I learned, a lot of learning I could survive with the minimum cost. Those days, 1 rupee a lunch, that Bombay, and if we are 30 rupees, there are a lot of Indian restaurants, South Indian, Mangalorean restaurants, 30 rupees a card, you pay for 25, then you get a 25 rupees, 30 lunch you get it. That's how lived in Bombay, with all the supports. For my luck, there was a luck. Now, let me tell you now, I tired of getting into business. Manufacturing the trading the purchase and selling, it was impossible. I wanted to get into a small business. Then I said I was looking for a small space. Luck, you see, my parents' is luck that came to me. So I was looking for 500 square feet. Luckily, one of the during the contact Canada, he had one good place in MIDC, which I am occupying today also. Instead of 500 square feet, I got a whole building built up by one Muslim was making wooden boxes in Muhammad Ali Road. He didn't want to come to MIDC factory. So with the contact of my friend, he told me that this fellow is looking for a place. Can you give this land? And that fellow said, you get on night, you give it, take it. Now, I didn't have money to pay 300 rupees rent in advance. You have to pay at least in advance. He said, no. Start first business. This is a blessing of my parents. Nothing else, luck came. That luck has turned me everything different. When I had a whole building with me, I could call the suppliers. I could ask the machinery suppliers. All they came. They saw that the whole building is there. I'm sure they saw there is a genuinity in the business. And help came. And there is also, for me, those days, in the business in 60, 65, 70, in 70s, there were all bankers are private banks. All the Parsi banks, Central Bank, Union Bank, or they were private. And the Bank of India, Bank of Baroda belongs to, again, Gujarati, Thakursis, or those people. And Canara Bank we had, and Vijay Bank was for. For me, to the contact, somebody advised me to I'll take you to the bank, Union Bank. I'll get you 1 lakh rupees. They got a 1 lakh loan to me. Seeing my building, they saw that something very serious. This fellow is very serious, no problem, in support you. 1 lakh loan was for 25,000 machinery. I still remember my old days, how it was. 25 for the working, cash credit. 25,000 for bill discounting. Another 25 for the lock and key. Ratnakarul Bank, what time bank, lock and key. Every day banker will come, see the stocks, statement, then they will draw your limits. That's how the business. Every day I had to, morning to evening, that all the machine, paper, everything is come. My job was morning 8 o'clock, first one to come, start manufacturing, work with the factory. Afternoon, you go to the customers, and find out who is next. Every day I do a salesman job. Ajit just now mentioned that he was doing this, every experience like this. I know how it is. So how the business started with it. For me, when I made a packaging, I didn't see packaging, corrugated box, cartoon, everything under packaging. But there was too many players, too many difficult. Then I saw that is the time one special composite container, round rigid containers, bottom and top is a metal. It looks like a metal container. So I said, this is the one I will get into. I got a lot of help. Now, my first big customer is Firestone, Hindustan Livers, Godrej, all they came. But unfortunately, my experience, when you go to I didn't have a telephone. I must tell you that 3 years we didn't have a telephone at all. Absolutely. Today's facilities, you will find everything is there with you. No telephone, care of number in the next door building. They will just bell, and then we go and take that number. Address was Caraf also. Then when the new building it has come, but those days, only difference I see, when you go to the customer, always you go and meet him without appointment, nothing. There is nothing like appointments, absolutely, but you have to wait. This is a turning point for me. When I went to Hindustan Liver, I was waiting for this product, whether I can make. I put 4 hours. A lot of people in the visitor room, 4 hours, nothing happened. That is a time when metal box packaging, I don't know, Erela Guttar metal box is very well-known name those days, very big name. Their salesman came to the Hindustan Livers. Immediately, purchase manager from the cabin came running and took him there. I said, this is what the business you have to do, how business goes up. So that is the turning point. Let me try my luck. Focus on the business. So same Hindustan Livers, all Vim container, whatever the products I have been doing it. They were those days, eventually metal box business I took over within 5 years, completely. Then they pushed me to start now. Bangalore, they have a factory in Trichy, want to supply. Then they pushed me to Nagpur. Again, Nagpur is another plant. So Ajit Rai said a de-risking. I'll tell you my experience. Entire business, I was making 15 lakhs per month. Huge business, all 3 locations. But within 3-4 months, their packaging changed. Powder to a liquid and a cake, cleaning powder. Whole thing collapsed. My business is what I was making, composite containers, collapsed. But I seen this my turning point again. I had a machine for making body, bottom and top separate. Then that is the time the battery was, Estrella batteries in Bombay, Jeep was in Allahabad, and Everett is in Calcutta. They had a multiple plot. So Estrella Battery called me and I was doing a paper tube for them. This is how the luck came. It's not nothing. Many times luck and bad luck, both will combine. In my case, many things happened. I lost the business, but that gave me a lesson. How do I leverage this tube business, textile tube, everything. Then I went to the Estrella Batteries. They had a signaling battery, large. They wanted you to develop this battery business. That's how I got into a battery business. Then they gone into the bigger metal jacket, leak-proof batteries. Battery became one of the big driver for me. It was almost a huge business with 40-50% profit margins. That's that time I had one of the biggest supplier. Everyday, Panasonic, then Toshiba, all across. Then we went to global also, becoming a global suppliers. Went into that business. Also again, you see, how up and down is de-risking. Battery business, we were depending so much, it was giving a lot of profits. But battery business, now after the smartphone coming, all battery business has gone down. It's a degrowth today. Nothing is left out. Hardly we do any 10% of business what I've been doing it. So immediately then we had to thought of risk of getting into metal packaging. Got a Shetron, then moved into the can making business, not to depend only battery. Food business we started. That was how we started with the business. Then we have multiple location, which I don't want to run because we are running out of the time. So expansion we did a lot. Shetron, finally it became a big brand owners in food. This is how the battery was. We became a global supplier all across. I had a setback. I being a global supplier, There is a battery company was in Belgium. That one of the big company, they offered me to the, because reshuffling like a big company, they wanted a small business high off to me. They given to the Belgium unit, very good deal. They given, supported me in 3 years. 3 years, all the business, they started giving me printing, everything, and also funding. So that, but unfortunately, 2005 to 2010, 12 mutta we run Malta, then suddenly that big customers of Duracell, they were in Belgium, whole manufacturing, they shifted to Calcutta, China. So we just overnight business completely zero there. I had to write off so much, and I had to sell some properties in Bombay, sell that, pay off the bank. I came out of this. So, see, there are a lot of saying many failures that which I don't want to explain. Now then, with the Shetron, we started a machine tool factory. Then the Bombay, we have got a large paper packaging company which caters all products. There are, out of 8 products, we are 3 in brand leaders, majority, and 1 or 2 maybe next 2 years' time we will become. That's also lead supplier. So I must tell you this, when I started business in 70s, some of the customers still there with us, they are absolutely with us. Today is almost 54 years we are in the business. And those customers, my experience with them, when you deal with them ethically, professionally, and even the price, end of the day, you decide the price. They always did a favor to me. Always. When you ask them to, you decide, then this is my price, whatever you feel, I will prepare to take. They always reasonable. And such customer, again, when you see their confidence you are on him, he only calls up, Shetty, now you can slightly increase your price. They only advise me. And those customers are still with us now, 54 years. I'm still on the satisfaction and not keeping customer with us. Total customer satisfaction. That's our real asset. And we have, as far as the people, team is concerned, another Shetra fiber foil, almost 95% people retire, joined there. Not that we are very big, not that very highly paid, but only thing, confidence we are giving. They're like a family members. They feel it is their own. They never happen. It never happened. Strike now, 54 years. We never had a labor problem. Never had any people are retired. Hardly any people live. Even after the retirement, 60 years also, we carry them different contract. They will continue as long as I encourage them work. Health will be coming. Health will help. I also give my example. I'm today 82. I work. Not for the business purpose, I keep my health perfect. I encourage my employees, please work as long as you can. This is your place, you can work with us. Come, if you want 8 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, whatever you feel like, you come. But they do much more. During the COVID time, we all told them, you work from the virtual. Always we learned that one. You can work from home. After once they opened out, everybody wanted to come back to the office. We didn't tell them you can work 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, but virtually I see the commitment from those people, our team, they come to the office. Yes, we will work here. We are happy, satisfying, meeting all the people. This is one assets we earn. Of course, it's always plus and minus struggles are there, but lucky I would say that my blessing of parents was with me. And all my family members, also today, all my succession plan, all are there, but I'm still working, not because of not able to do. I keep, for my health purpose, at least 3-4 hours I go to the office, come back. not involved in day-to-day things. As he rightly said, not really not doing anything else. Some change we have done, temporary, that I'm involved, otherwise, no. No phone calls come to anyone, either suppliers or customers, anyone. I don't receive any calls, but though the customer, I know once in a year, 2-3 customer, I go and meet them just to say hello to them. Meet them, come back. That's all I do it. With that, I'm sure I want to close it because we are run out of the time. Thank you very much for, and especially for our KC president. He has forced me. Yesterday only told me, please, you have forced me. Otherwise, I was the audience. I was a good audience to sit there and do it. And our Prakashanna, I know him, Prakashan. I came here, Bombay, Bangalore, 78. That started the first business unit. The Veerappa Moily was the small-scale minister. He gave in a shed in 58. After that, I've been hearing Prakashan. Of course, he was in printing. I didn't know that at all. He was in printing. So I thought he's a successful hotelier. The most important, I'm seeing Prakashan and Ajit's succession stories. We had to, it's a lot inspiring youngsters. Better you look at that. Way he has managed the company, way Prakashan has done. Unbelievable. He says whatever he says, his parents, I appreciate what he says. Father, I said it's a real great thing. That's a blessing is with him. And also, he has not kept his name. I was asking him, father there, next to Mage. Really admire, I really touched on your logic. And same thing. Our Ajit Rai, he is a mentor today. I really inspire about Ajit, how he came up in my presence. He was young and started with that. The way he just mentioned, he is highly dedicated and actually mean in business. Really, he's clear, very clear in thought process, absolutely. Many times, whenever I come to Bangalore, I just want to talk to him and meet him also. Many times we meet him. He also gives useful tips for me, how the succession plan has to be. We are working. And I take his advice also. He is also in a family council of ours as advisor. Thank you, Ajit, Ramesh, Prakashanna, Kesi, all thanks, Bharatanna. Thank you. Namaskara. Thank you.
And to felicitate Divakar uncle, I invite Mr. S.B. Shetty, Mr. Sudam, Mr. Srinivas Shetty, Dr. Prakash Shetty, and Anil Yelinje to join us on stage. Stories and motivating stories, definitely, of the journeys of these stalwarts who shared it on stage today. One clear message is people listen to you when they like you, but people do business with you when they trust you. So it's all about building trust that they gave us the formula. And now, formally to close the conclave, but the dinner is open, I invite the treasurer of IBCCI, Mr. Prasad Shetty, MD Gromo Financials, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Indian Bund Chamber of Commerce and Industry, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks at the conclusion of this wonderful IBCCI Business Conclave 2025. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. K. Prakash Shetty, Chairman MRG Group, for gracing us with his presence, august presence, and for sharing his inspiring thoughts. Sir, your encouragement means a lot to our community of entrepreneurs and professionals. Our sincere thanks to our guest of honor, Mr. Divakar Shetty, Chairman of Shetron Limited and Fibropolis Limited. Your leadership and achievements are a true source of inspiration for all of us here. A special word of appreciation for our distinguished keynote speakers, Mr. Ajit Kumar Rai, CA Justin Christopher, and Dr. Satish Shetty. Your valuable insights on entrepreneurship, GST, and holistic growth have been truly inspiring and will surely guide many of us in our own journeys. This evening would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors. We gratefully acknowledge our main sponsor, Dr. K. Prakash Shetty, Chairman, MRG Group, and our co-sponsors, Dinkar Shetty and Harish Shetty, Managing Directors, Sai Krapa Food Services Private Limited, and Dr. Satish Shetty, CMD, Tunga Group of Hospitals, for their partnership and encouragement. Above all, I thank each one of you, our esteemed audience of entrepreneurs, industry leaders, and policymakers, for being here, for your active participation, and for making this conclave truly meaningful. I also wish to express our thanks to the hotel management and staff of Courtyard by Marriott for their excellent arrangements and warm hospitality. Finally, my gratitude goes to the IBCCI office bearers, Board of Directors, members, and Mr. Upendra Shetty, Vice President, Bangalore Chapter, who have worked tirelessly to put this event together with such success. Ladies and gentlemen, with your continued support and encouragement, IBCCI looks forward to organizing many more such platforms for growth, collaboration, and innovation. Thank you once again, and I wish you all a pleasant evening ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, a token of appreciation to Mr. Divakar Shetty, Mr. Harish Shetty, and Mr. Anand Shetty. Dinkar Shetty, Harish Shetty, and Anand Shetty of Sai Kripa Food Services. Kindly join us on stage and request Mr. Prakash Shetty, Divakar Shetty, SB Shetty, and KC Shetty to do the honors. And as you move, kindly sign up for the membership. Remember, there's 72 hours of 15% discount on the different levels of membership to the IBCCI. And you'll get amazing mentors and beautiful platforms to take your dreams forward.